change, even if I want to realize. 'Cause I've been sitting here, same old ways, taking off without the same mistake. Darling, where you going? It won't be as simple for you. If I saw another day, all we do is scream into the night. Nothing ever tries to change, even if I want to realize. 'Cause I've been sitting here, same old ways, taking off without the same mistake. Can I leave it all behind? Follow all the leading signs. When the dark is growing and the light is closing, darling, where you going? It won't be a simple voyage.
Hello and welcome to the PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs. It's day one. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou, and we are going to bring you some of the top tier collegiate Rocket League. It is going to be an amazing day one. We've got amazing teams going head to head. 64 teams have set this bracket, both West and East. We're going to cover both regions. But to start things off, we're going to be covering A&M Esports and Iowa State and Caribou. I mean, these teams across the board, the level of gameplay is just going to be amazing to watch. So I'm super excited about that. What are you excited about most, though?
I mean, would you double stack 64 teams on both sides? I mean, you're going to get the best of the best at their age group. And, like, these are the next budding stars, you know, the ones that are going to be the next crop on the RLCS. And, you know, these are the players to watch. So there's a lot of people out here trying to make a name for themselves, trying to establish themselves in the Rocket League community. And with a lot of returning teams from last year or last fall's playoffs as well, maybe a few stories of redemption, maybe a few, you know, those anime arcs where they did their off-season training montages and, well, now they're back for some vengeance.
You know, and we've got some teams out there that we can probably notice and recognize from past seasons and things like that. Teams like Nebraska, Arizona B are in here. Seattle University's already punched their ticket to the next set. So, I mean, some of this gameplay is just going to be so incredibly beautiful. We've got the 32 teams per region. So West is going to be stacked right now. I mean, I'm looking at teams like Iowa State, ASU Gold. You've got A&M Best Sports, BSU Blue. I mean, some of these teams, they've competed at high levels before. So it's going to be really, really exciting to see who kind of elevates their gameplay in playoffs. I mean, this is the best of the best. They've played their seasons, and to hit the playoffs is going to be a blast.
Yeah, and I had the luxury over the last 12 weeks to do a collegiate Rocket League series for a bunch of Northeast and Philadelphia-based colleges, and seeing the team that got second place in that tournament, which was bar none one of the best Rocket League teams that I've seen, is a 29 out of the whole field of 64. Like, they're in the middle of the pack, so you look at everyone else that's above them, that's setting the bar pretty high.
Exactly. And I think these type of days and these type of tournaments create a certain endurance in some of these teams because, like you said, they've been here before, or maybe they haven't been here before. So you've got this really cool storyline with each and every one of these schools having an opportunity to make their mark in the best way, shape, or form. So, I mean, I think the most exciting thing for me is to see how the head-to-head matchups happen regionally first. So, I mean, you've got West Coast and East Coast. You can debate all day long who's better, whether the ping is a factor, how that's even going to play out in the end. But, I mean, day one is just going to be jam-packed with games.
Yeah, and looking at, you know, the way the bracket can shake out, I mean, there's a couple of Missouri teams in there. You know, round one, you got the number one seed Mizzou Gold facing off against Wichita State. Like, you know, being from Kansas myself, it's not quite the border showdown, but it is the Kansas and Missouri schools. So a little interest of there, but Kansas is in this bracket as well as the number 10 on the bottom side of it. So you could have some exciting levels of competition and that rivalry branching over into the esports side, because that's just an inherent thing that always happens. But looking at a team like Mizzou Gold, you know, a 4 seed in last fall, they got bumped a little bit earlier than they want to, but now here they return as the number 1 on the west side. So looking for a little improvement, trying to make their way into this, and looking and scrolling down, I'm trying to find Akron, who was the defending champions from last fall, and I don't even see their name anywhere. Granted, there's a lot of teams here, and I'm trying to read quickly. Reading is difficult for me, but if the defending champs aren't here, that's wide open.
Yeah, you got an opportunity to kind of shine through. And I think of all the different players a part of each of these teams, the coaches, the time that's been put into the season already to find themselves in an opportunity. And I love bracket style tournaments. You've got the double elimination opportunities, best of 5. So, I mean, each game, it's basically, if they don't compete at their highest level, they are really going to find themselves behind. You don't want to get behind one game or two games at all. So they're just going to push and push and push. And I'm really excited to see the aggression, whether or not we're going to see the aerials and the way that they play. Earlier, I mean, I've seen some Rocket League tournaments where you just have people who are able to control the situation. And we get to jump into those games right now. I mean, we've got currently the first game that we're going to be covering is A&M Esports and Iowa State University. And I'm super excited to see how they exactly played out, because you've got the 9 seed versus the 24 seed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it does shake out because of, last fall when Texas A&M, ultimately they would lose in round 1 to RIT, which, nobody wants to go out in round number 1 and then they just have that safety barrier of the double elimination immediately swept away. So having something like a double elimination bracket format, I think I am completely in agreement with you that it's so nice to see, because those teams, maybe they don't show up in their first series as well as they want to, but you do have that second option. Unfortunately, you don't want to use that second option round number 1. So you got to show up here and now. And with the number 9 and number 24 facing off, I mean, it's going to be just, you can't hold anything back. In a best of 5, you don't want to be 3-0 because that's even more demoralizing, but you can't leave anything off of the field. You got to bring it all, bring your A game here and now. It's your first series, sure, but you got to play like this is the championship game right here.
3 seconds into the game, Iowa State already finds themselves on the board with the lead. A&M is the orange, Iowa State is the gray. You see Gabe and Dylan along with Stealthy Fire on Iowa State's, and then on A&M, Melly, Brains, and Calculated. I love that name. Calculated. Every movement in Rocket League can be calculated. Stealthy Fire with a nice little dodge. Not sure if he was trying to present himself in the right situation. Dylan with a beautiful save. Calculated now making a little bit of a turn, trying to center it up. Now Dylan can't get it cleared. Ends up getting knocked all the way back to his goal, but Gabe is right there. Thankfully, Gabe is able to knock it through, and Stealthy Fire with some beautiful aerials. Melly now with a shot on goal, and Dylan can't get to it, and that's going to be a tie game with 4:16 to go. A&M answers back within a minute.
Calculated with a beautiful setup right there. The pass over, across, and just waiting for the teammate who's already in the air. Had to put that one and slotted it to the upper 90, even with a minor deflection from the defender. Didn't matter. That's a perfectly aimed shot and a beautiful setup.
Stealthy Fire trying to play it off the wall, ends up accidentally knocking it cross, and Calculated gets to it. Did that go through? No. Gabe is there along with Stealthy Fire to knock it out of the way. Iowa State having to play a little bit more defense as the ball was in their zone, trying to get it cleared out. Dylan goes up for it and gets that knocked to the corner. But again, Stealthy Fire trying to find a way to get a little bit of boost, and there's another one. Calculated comes swooping in. Dylan almost had it, didn't quite get enough meat of the ball on it, and that glances in for another A&M Esports goal.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication there in the corner. I mean, a double commit to try to recover. Brains did a good job to swing it out and around back into the center, but the defense just with a double commit takes them out of position. And that's one of the things that you're going to see a lot. Teams are going to have to be able to step up when the other team makes a mistake. You have to recognize it and take advantage of that every single time.
Gotta love it. 3:30 remaining in this game. You've got a 2-1 lead by A&M Esports, and honestly, Calculated is making some calculated moves right there. A little teeter-totter, drops it in lower right. No problem. Look at this movement. With a little bit of boost, lets it just roll off of the wheels. That right there is just pure practice and skill at its finest.
It's just completely calculated, especially to push it off to the side, where the defenders aren't. Although the defense momentum is going from left to right, so you just push the ball the other way against their motion, and that's an easy shot. You just got to keep it on target.
Melly working it along the wall. Brains gets it centered over to Calculated, who Calculated just kind of dribbles it down, stops at midfield, and knocks it into the corner. And then everybody rotates through, gets full boost. And you see Brains now chip shot it up to himself and takes the shot on goal. Watch how he utilizes the full boost right there. He gets it chipped all the way up and immediately goes aerial, knocking this thing down lower right. And honestly, there was just a split second difference in that to be a save by Iowa State, but 4-1. And you see A&M Esports, they're pushing hardcore as they take another shot. Melly gets the rebound. And oh my gosh, right now it's not looking good for Iowa State.
That's just a great pitch and catch for the double touch goal off the backboard. I mean, a good solo effort by Melly to be able to take that from end to end. And yeah, A&M is just making a statement here. Iowa State, a few of the goals they let on have been just, half a second in a little bit slower on the rotation, just a little more reactive. And they would have been able to stop this. But the sense that they've had a couple of really solid individual plays, A&M out here is just not wanting to take this to anything more than a game 3.
Again, it is a best of 5, so you don't want to have to give up too much, but they can make some adjustments. We've seen teams do it in the past, made great adjustments in between those first and second games and ended up making it a series. So we'll see how exactly they respond as Stealthy Fire knocks it into the corner. Brains is there, picks up the full boost as well, gets onto the wall and is able to boost off with control. Look at the utilization of the double jumps. I mean, that's something that is just so clever with getting into the air aerial, waiting, not using that secondary jump to allow the car to flip and create a little bit more momentum. You gotta love to see it. Gabe trying to center it. And again, calculated, chips it off the wall. Melly just misses it. Now Dylan has an opportunity. Nice little dribble there. Gets up and down. That bounces off the top bar. And Dylan puts his name on the board for Iowa State. And look at the control. The control is just incredible.
Yeah, the first little fake just to psych out calculated, take him completely out of the equation. Able to get that, and then it's just a one-on-one with the keeper. And are you going to be able to put it over the top, put it to the side, wherever the keeper's not going to be at? Well done by Dylan. Now have a chance to immediately get one off the kickoff, but good stop. But Gabe, I mean, a good effort. And Iowa State with that much pressure on, you'd expect eventually a shot to come away. As sloppy as it was in the opening proceedings of that possession, they weren't really getting the passing. So once they do fine-tune that passing and get themselves more set up on the offensive front, I think Iowa State's offense could really come online here. If not late in this game, then game 2.
That goes just high. Calculated now, chips it into the corner. Dylan's right there to get it. He's able to pick up a little bit of boost. Stays in, uses the double jump to course correct himself, and Melly knocks it out midfield. And now they've got to chase it down. Melly's got control, but immediately Dylan gets the demo on him and is able to say, look, Melly, sit down. Get back there. I want to play some defense. 40 seconds remain in this game. And Iowa State trying to come back down by a deficit of 3, and you see calculated with the display of aerial perfection, controlling that ball, keeping it moving. You think 30 seconds remain. They might just try to play time a little bit as Melly knocks it into the corner. Again, they're eating up a lot of time, Caribou.
Yeah, they're just keeping it on this side of the field as well, taking smart 50s to try to put themselves in a better position, not let Iowa State get this ball out of their defensive zone. If they do, then just immediately take possession back, just bump them off of it. But, A&M coming out with the Game 1 victory, they looked really good in it. Iowa State could never come online on the offensive side. They started to finally get into a position where they could, but too little too late. So now we're going to see what is going to come out for them in game number 2.
Yeah, you look at Melly with the 3 executions, the demolitions to basically take out any defender out of the way. I mean, that was just a dominant performance by A&M Esports.
And you can't take anything away from them and the way they were playing. Calculated did very well with a couple solo efforts. Melly had a great solo effort on a goal scored as well. So, individually, their play is there, and they were able to apply a lot of pressure to Iowa State. The answer Iowa State has to find is how do we get out of our defensive zone, create more solid possessions, create passing lanes, and just instead of just sending it downfield to clear it out, find something that will work from one end to the other and don't just hit the ball just because you can.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw was the rotations and the way that really honestly, A&M did a great job of maintaining somebody back, but they continually picked up that 100 boost. And, you know, that full boost allows them to be a lot more aerial, a lot more calculated, as calculated was. And it's been really, really interesting to see. I think Iowa State needs to work on those rotations. And that is probably what we're going to see here as we get into game number 2.
Quick turnaround. It's hard to change something that fast, you know, in the 45 seconds between game 1 and game 2, but game 1 is always the hardest one. So if you're able to at least keep things interesting, which it looked like Iowa State was able to do at the end of it, they should be better off here.
Right there was a perfect example of the boost. You see Dylan is able to get to it, utilizes the boost. The boost is almost full for the entire team, gets it crossed over to Gabe, and Gabe knocks it home. Beautiful assist by Dylan, and Iowa State takes the lead with 4:42 remaining in this game 2. And that's kind of exactly what I figured we were going to see, is a little bit more aggression and a lot more rotations. And that right there is a good example. A great shot just off the top bar, but it's followed up by Dylan, and that was a beautiful goal.
Yeah, Stealth Fire, just that first touch, and Gabe, a phenomenal job to redirect, to attempt to get that on. You know, if that's under crossbar, that shot's going on, but an even better follow-up with the third player coming from midfield, recognizing it's a full commit. The defense is going to be near anyways. That's a guaranteed goal. So a great heads-up play by Iowa State to capitalize.
Now you see A&M trying to make an opportunity out of something. Brains just unable to get it. Great dribbling by Stealthy Fire. Melly's able to clear it out. Dylan looks to accept it. He missed the double jump, and Calculated working his way on the top of the corner. Honestly, I thought that was going to be centered up pretty quick, but Brains knocks it through. Dylan is also there to carry it through. Gets it centered all the way across. Calculated has to use up a lot of boost to control that. He plays it through the air, and Dylan again comes up out of nowhere. Dylan is all over the place. Gabe now has an open goal opportunity. 3:47 remaining in this game number 2, and Iowa State has an answer for everything right now.
Gabe didn't even need to get that extra little shove on there, but just being able to have that extra person there, just, you know, cherry pick if you will, but a double commit from the A&M side, just a mistake that Iowa State was able to exploit.
Calculated comes down. Dylan again with the great defense, and that goes the distance. A cross field goal. Coming, stealing it from Calculated right there. You see this sucker sail all the way. Nobody's back far enough. Brains almost has an opportunity, and that is another quick goal as Iowa State leads 4-0.
And that's just one of those things where you expect something to go well for your offense. Brains just up a little too far and has to pay the price for it.
You see the movement through. Dylan again is just constantly there. Brains is playing back now. Calculated actually tapped that one, and Melly and Brains run into each other. That could have been drastic right there, as Stealthy Fire is able to disrupt that pass. Melly knocks it into the corner, and Dylan comes up again, tries to clear it out. Brains gets that centered. Calculated goes up. That's just a little bit too high. You see Melly and Stealth Fire working their way along that corner. That's centered up. Brains, no, it's denied again. Calculated chips it up. And again, both of these teams fighting for some form of control inside this attacking zone for A&M Esports. But that gets cleared out, and now Brains is going to have to find a way to get that cleared. Dylan, again, comes in for it. Stealthy Fire gets that all the way across the attacking zone and picked up a couple boosts along the way. Now Brains clears it out. Calculated with a shot. That goes wide off the wall. Melly's there, but ends up chipping it back into his own zone. Gabe, nice shot. And there's another one off the bar. Another redirect again with a rebound. But honestly, A&M is doing everything they can just to play defense right now.
Yeah, they had a couple good chances on the offensive front, but then just losing possession and, you know, coming out with the squishy right there. And I don't even know if the squishy save hit the ball or hit his teammate that hit the ball. So one way or the other, it ended up working and didn't have to punish them for a double commit. But they're trying very hard to get across the midfield line and trying to set up a pass to go from outside in. off of the center, and they're so close to doing it. Iowa State defense is really stepping up and challenging very well, Gabe especially on these 50s, and not letting A&M get anything going.
You see the contestants just continually going back and forth. Honestly, there hasn't been too many shots on goal until right then and there. Stealthy Fire finally knocks it through. That was kind of sneaky right there. Gabe drops that off the wall. He comes up real quick and just over the defender. I mean, that was just seconds away from being another block. But 126 remaining, and Iowa State, they're doing everything right this game.
Yeah, a real turnaround between game one and here. I mean, like last game, their offense was nowhere to be found. You started to see a little bit of it coming to life, and I think I just have to give it credit to they just weren't warmed up in the sense, trying to understand what A&M was trying to do. They must have figured it out. Coach came in and said, okay, here's what our plan is, here's what we have to do to make things better. And, well, a 5-goal turnaround significantly states that, yeah, they figured it out.
As Brains has to knock that one out. We're under a minute to go in this game, and a demanding 5-goal lead, as there is another one from Dylan. Gabe coming around the corner is able to center that up beautifully. Look at the control. I mean, just the control to get it to Dylan and have Dylan chip it in.
And that's just being able to rely on your teammates coming out. I mean, all three of them are up there in the zone, so if that ball goes wide, if there's a defender there's a real opportunity for A&M to answer back and transition very quickly. But understanding that there isn't the defense there, they can step up and take advantage of the situation. Gabe trying from a very difficult angle to ride it around the wall, but Dylan's there to put it in. But see, that's the type of stuff A&M's trying to do. They're trying to set up these off the walls, in the air shots, and it worked for them in game one, but they just haven't found any success in game number two.
You see the control, and again, with just 15 seconds remaining, as calculated now, finally finds a way to get A&M Esports on the board, doing everything he can. You see the double jump to get through, and the little bit of boost just to allow himself to move forward a little faster. Had to use every ounce of that boost to get there to knock that one home. 14 seconds remaining, and barring some miraculous events, Iowa State now just has to play time.
And a great turnaround from game one to game two, where Iowa State, looked like they were trying to find an identity. They seemingly have found it. They found out the way to disrupt what A&M's trying to do, and in that sense, just they're trying to play off the wall, they're trying to play out of the air, and trying to make these passing plays to open up the defense, create their own passing lanes, etc. Iowa State did not let that happen, and it shows on the scoreboard.
And Dylan, with 8 shots on goal, kind of took control of that game too for Iowa State. You saw him play defense, you saw him play offense, you saw him play midfield, and make sure that the rotations continued. He had a demolition in there as well, just to make things worse for A&M. But honestly, just the control of that game, that was the response that I expected Iowa State to have, because at this caliber, you're going to have 2 teams coming back. And now, what does A&M do?
That's a great question. What do they do to be able to get around that Iowa State defense? Because the way that Dylan was playing to step up, they were doing phenomenal to stop A&M and then go in the transition counterattack. So if A&M is able to find a little more success, maybe get a little more physical on the offensive front, try to bump the defenders out of the way, because Iowa State's been challenging, winning 50s and everything on this side of the field that A&M just can't do anything else about. So they got to change something up on the offensive approach.
4:43 remaining in this game 3, best of 5, series tied 1-1. So it's really just a best of 3 at this point. And Brains trying to make something happen. Dylan coming up quick, gets it cleared all the way into their attacking zone. Melly says, no, I don't want that there. Calculated playing off the wall, but Gabe immediately hits that. Brains with a shot on goal. Does that get through? It does. It didn't even have to be touched by Calculated, as Brains comes all the way through, and that's just an awareness play right there.
And that's just a full commit as well. And you're hoping that on the other side, your teammate, Melly, is rotating back to cover the defensive front, because if not, then your defense is all of a sudden wide open. So very brave and very trusting in your teammate that if you commit to that, there's going to be someone to cover on the backside. So it pays off either way, and Brains is a genius.
Honestly, you get an opportunity to see just the highlights of how incredible this gameplay is. You see the utilization of different contrails, the excitement, the designs of cars, and that's one of the things about Rocket League that makes it so much fun is you have the ability to really customize and show off those skills along with the cool effects that this game has.
That's one of the things I will credit to any game developer is the inclusiveness of the esport inside of your game. So all of the skins and stuff of the professional teams is an immediate selling point for me. Like, I love the recognition that you have the support of the community that is playing your game at a competitive level. But I'm all for that. Do more of that.
It's honestly, it's exciting to watch just the development through. A&M with the 1-goal lead, 3:10 remaining in this game. Number 3, Dylan coming up for it right about midfield, and now that's coming back, but Stealthy Fire says, let me clear it out. And Dylan now coming over the top. That's going to rebound through. Is anybody going to be able to get it? Gabe now chips it back over. Calculated has to get to it, but Gabe follows it up and is able to get on the board and tie things up 1-1 with 2:56 remaining in this game.
Yeah, and that was just, I like the call off. I mean, you see Calculated looking like he's going to threaten on the save, and then Brains calls him off, says, I'll be able to handle. But Brains just a little too slow on the rotation back, so the half a second advantage, and see if they can do it again. But that's the second time they tried to do that, and they've almost gotten away with it. They're very fortunate A&M is at least aware of getting a rotation back in time off the kickoff, because kickoffs are so dangerous. That first 10 seconds when no one has boost, no one has position.
It has been incredible to watch these teams
chip.
as Brains with a shot off the top bar.
Wow.
And that goes bar down, but not in. Brains now trying to get to it. And Dylan just kind of chipped that in. I don't think Brains had enough boost there, as he actually had quite a bit. He used up a lot of it, but just didn't jump soon enough. You see him double jump right before, which pulled his car backwards instead of forwards. And that's just unfortunate timing.
Yeah, just killing all the momentum, and potentially could have got the nose on to save. It might have just been enough to redirect it, and it still would have been inside the right post. But being able to counterattack that quickly, Dylan just picking up right where you left off in game number 2. Very lucky that one also didn't go. But, I mean, they're doing a great job on the defensive end. Both teams are in a significantly lower scoring event.
Yeah, it is definitely lower scoring. We saw multiple goals earlier on. Now with 1:52 remaining, that floats up, but Calculated kind of shots that one out. Gabe going up for it in his own zone. Calculated now centers it up. Melly with the redirect, and Stealthy Fire is able to chip that above. Gets it off the backboard, so no shot on goal. I mean, that right there was a goal saved by Stealthy Fire. Oh my goodness, there's a demolition. Brain says, you know what, I'm not liking you right there, Stealthy Fire. Get out of my way. And now everybody has to kind of reset things. Brains chips it into the corner, and Gabe is going to pick up that full boost as well. But Brains follows it through, gets a little bit on it, and Melly centers it up. Dylan plays it off the wall, and that goes back out midfield. Calculated is right there to answer, and there is another demolition, and that right there, it is telling me that players are starting to play a lot more aggressive with 1 minute remaining. Iowa State leading by 1. Calculated, trying to do something for A&M Esports.
Yeah, the setup has been there for A&M, but they just haven't got the full execution of it. They haven't got the passes with as high of a velocity as you want. The ball's just not getting there fast enough, frankly. And the defense is able to recover and answer back. But that's the type of play that they're always going for, playing off the wall, playing off the backboard, looking for the double touch. And it's pretty one-dimensional. If you can stop that, if you can get up and challenge, then you're going to be able to win the games. And that's why Iowa State was able to take the last one, and that's why they're holding on to a lead here.
19 seconds remain as there was opportunity for A&M Esports. Stealthy Fire now going up for it, and Calculated and Melly both run into each other trying to make that block. Dylan keeping it in the zone. Gabe goes up for it. Calculated now tries to chip it up and over, plays it all the way aerial. Is he going to be able to get it? But no, that was denied.
Wow.
And Iowa State is able to take the win. You see the 9 centered balls and 25 cars bumped by Dylan. And that was just full control by Iowa State.
Yeah, and they absolutely have realized now what they have to do to be able to take these games. Texas A&M's done a great job to answer back in that one, where they were able to slow down the offensive front of Iowa State, but they couldn't get their offense going. Iowa State's defense is still being able to lock down A&M's every attempt, and they just can't quite get that position. I mean, the setup for A&M is there. They're so close to it. They just got to get that ball moving a little faster, be able to react a little bit quicker, and just be more on the ball when they have those chances pop up.
It also,
Frankly,
I think, getting to calculated. Calculated has been having to play a little bit farther back and hasn't really been able to be on the attacking side as we are underway now with game number 4. And getting calculated some shots on goal might be the answer for them. Calculated was one of the lead scorers for A&M that first game that they were able to really control the entire game. Ever since then, Iowa State has kind of really made it difficult for Calculated to be on the attacking side as Gabe is able to knock that through. The good call off there, Dylan lets it go by, but Brains comes up, keeps it in the attacking zone, and right there, Calculated follows up that rebound, and that is exactly what A&M needed.
Being able to just follow that. I mean, that's what A&M does. I mean, they want to play off the wall, they want to play off the bounce, they want to play it out of the air. And that's what makes great Rocket League teams, being able to do that and play off the backboards, play off the double touches, and have that aerial control. Because this Rocket League is a 3-dimensional game. You got to play on all 3 axes to be able to play well. And that's what A&M's trying to do, and they're getting so close to do it. They're like on the precipice of glory. They just got to get the finishing touch.
On the precipice of glory is right, as you see 4:08 remaining in this game. A&M now trying to stop them, and Gabe just kind of zigged that through, and there was no way to get to it as Calculated just couldn't quite get behind it. You see it stop, and it killed the momentum right there. And everybody, Brains was actually right there, just jumped a little bit early. Possibly if he hadn't moved, that would have given them an opportunity to really make that block. But 4:04 remaining, and we've got to tie a game.
Comes down to this, where if A&M can get their offense going again, I mean, 2 goals in the first 60 seconds is a little quicker than the last time, but I mean, another demo coming in, you can see just that level of physicality they're trying to bring to the field now, trying to get the defense out of the way so that we don't have a tie game anymore. Whether it's on the A&M side or Iowa State side, both of them are trying to do the same thing on both ends of the field.
And you got to love it. 3:34 remaining in this game, tie game. Iowa State holding that 1-game lead. They're looking to put it away right now as it's 2-1 in the series. Dylan going up for it. Brains chips it straight up, but Dylan followed it, almost was able to get some part of that ball to center it. And instead, Melly playing very, very patient there. Calculated, tries to get it chipped out. Melly with a nice little chip shot, but Stealthy Fire was there to accept it and then try to clear that out. Brains comes and follows it up. And again, you see the rotations, you see the boost. Look at the boost on A&M side. They continually are working to try to get full. And now Iowa State doing the same, utilizing the boost and the full boost along the way. Calculated comes up for it, chips it into the corner, followed by Melly. And that's a beautiful, beautiful goal by Melly. 2-1 A&M.
And that's exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you look at the boost. Melly with full boost. Brains was at half going into this. Dylan just picked up 30 or 40 boost there. There's nothing on the side of Iowa State. They just cannot move fast enough. A&M just simply outpaced them on the possession to get to the other end of the field, and that's the whole reason they got that goal.
Melly now trying to play a little bit aerial, straight at it. Stealthy Fire's there to answer. Calculated goes up. That one's a 50. Floater. Is Brains able to redirect it in? And he does. What a shot by Brains, and what a center by Calculated. Look at him put it up for him, and Dylan was there. Just Brains made the better play.
And that is such a hard play to make, to have that one in the air, to redirect it at that angle. That is not an easy shot by any means. Certainly had to use every ounce of skill that you've earned over your entire Rocket League career to set that up and have the experience to do that. It's a gorgeous shot.
2:22 remaining in game 4. As you see Gabe working along the wall, trying to get it centered up. Brains with a nice little double jump, gets that cleared out, steals it right from Gabe. Gabe with no boost to get back. Dylan playing back. Rotations are a big thing right now with 2:05 remaining. Gabe goes up for it, just deflects it. Stealthy Fire is able to clear it, but Brains keeps it in. That one's floating up. Gabe playing it an aerial to get all the way through, just tries to get it away from the center. I mean, that was a dangerous situation. Melly now goes for a shot. That's a floater. It's going to rebound. Brains tries to get it. Dylan knocks it through. And now that is all the way into A&M's defensive side as they try to get it back through midfield. A nice shot. That's going to rebound. Who goes for it? Calculated goes up. That comes down. But an amazing save by Gabe, coming out of nowhere, is able to stop that goal with 1:25 remaining. And now Gabe again is able to clear it out. Dylan just kind of trying to redirect himself. And Melly says, you know what? I don't like you there. I'm going to make sure that you don't stop this. Melly with a shot on goal. That one's going to be high, but they're playing a redirect. Dylan tries to keep it low, and that one bounces in. What a goal.
Technically, not really a triple touch, but Dylan just gave a +1 assist and a great awareness by Melly to be able to redirect the car's angle, to be able to flip the nose over and send that back wayward of the goal side. Dylan with a good job to get up first, but Melly just able to come out with the advantage in that situation.
The gameplay has heated up. You see the aggression, the demos that are starting to take place. Stealthy Fire knocking that clear. We're under a minute to go in game 4. A&M Esports 4, Iowa State 1. Iowa State leads this series 2-1, but A&M is working their way back into this, trying to tie it up and put it into game 5.
They're doing it right. I mean, with everything that they've had in this game, they're getting more physical, more aggressive on the offensive zone. They're just not letting Iowa State shut down the A&M offense like they have in the last couple of games. And, well, frankly, you can't shut them down because, well, you're respawning every 10 seconds.
The demos are in full force as that shot goes high. Now Melly going for it. Dylan just kind of knocks it by. Stealthy Fire now has a way to get it through, but Calculated is there. Can Dylan play it off the wall as we're in the final seconds of game 4? A&M answers back very, very well as another demo happens. Dylan says, you know what, just let's go into game 5 and take it home, all right?
All of a sudden down to a best of 1, where exactly where you thought you'd be going into this. And who'd have thought that a little extra time here as they keep this one alive as long as they possibly can. Just one of those natural unspoken things of Rocket League. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter what the situation is. 4-1 victory for A&M. A phenomenal bounce back between the last couple of games where their offense was just MIA. And now all of a sudden they turned it back on. They kicked it in high gear. Now it's down to game 5.
They really controlled that boost, and I kind of touched on it before. I wanted to see Calculated kind of more on the attacker side, and the teammates really picked up things, to make sure Melly made sure that boost was a factor in every one of those opportunities. They were able to control that boost a little bit more, and that put them over the edge, ties the series up, and now this is it. One game left to go. Game 5, winner takes all, and moves on to the next round.
See who it's going to be, who's going to show up, whose offense is going to be here as we get into this game number 5 kickoff underway. We saw 3 seconds is all it took for Iowa State to score in game number 1. See if they can do it again.
A demo right off the bat. You see the aggression already. Everybody's going to be pushing forward. Brains with the shot on goal, but Stealthy Fire, that might have just gone wide. And another demo. You see Gabe come through, and these are where the players are going to utilize the boost and the demos a lot more. The aggression, trying to get some cars bumped, maybe out of the way, maybe into position where they want them to be. Stealthy Fire playing a beautiful aerial, gets it along the wall. Melly right there to knock it back in, and that one is Dylan. Brains is playing back. You see the rotations. You got to love to see it. Melly picking up that midfield full boost. Calculated along that wall, picks up the attacking side full boost. And now Melly chips it to Brains. And that goes to Calculated, who just kind of taps it away from Gabe. That's a center. And Brains had an opportunity just wide. Almost a great redirect goal. But instead, they've got to go back on defense. And now a nice demo by Melly as Calculated center of the goal is just able to boost with 1 minute in to this game 5.
And that one is just full sent in. I mean, almost a little bit of a pinch there, but their first setup, they had a phenomenal opportunity at the center. Their Brains couldn't get on top of it and get the one on target, but able to answer right back immediately. And you still see the aggressive coming out immediately off the kickoff. They go for the ball on both sides, and then they just start bumping. They're just trying to get the other team out of the way, trying to get a early goal off of kickoff before anyone can get set up. A&M is not going to take no for an answer in this game.
Yeah, this isn't like other sports where there are fouls called or anything like that, so the cars are just going to bump each other out of the way. You see that one, Stealthy Fire gets knocked all the way to the mid wall by Melly is what it looked like, and Calculated now with a nice center to Brains. Brains with a shot on goal. That goes high, but Melly is there to try to continually address the attack. Calculated in the corner. Plays it slow, chips it center. Melly with a shot. That goes high again. Gabe tries to chip it outside, and that stays in the corner. There's another demo as there was an opportunity for A&M to put another one home. Calculated right there, but Gabe continually plays that wall very, very nicely to kind of control that environment. And now Stealthy Fire with a shot on goal. Dylan trying to make something happen. Some aerial movement there, but again, answered immediately by A&M. Brains all the way cleared into the attacking zone. Dylan picks up some boost, plays it off the wall. Beautiful aerials. Does Calculated come through? No! Ooh. That goes just wide. Dylan with an excellent opportunity trying to make something for Iowa State in this game 5. 2:26 remaining.
Good moves, good fakes around it. Solid possessions on both sides, but the point that you gave, Gabe, sitting on that back wall, just controlling the entire airspace in front of their net and just not letting A&M do the double touch, the backboards, the passes off the wall, whatever they want to do. And A&M is hard committing into this where there is there's a small window, really, that A&M commits too much on the offensive front, and they don't have anyone back in rotation, and you saw exactly what happens when Iowa State recognizes that. You just get it clear on target, and it's going in.
2:02 remaining in this game. It's a tie ball game. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road, as they say, and see which car is able to address the attack here. A beautiful opportunity as Gabe clears it out. That's going toward the goal. Stealthy Fire gets a little bit of boost and is able to hop through. Look at this beautiful assist by Gabe, and Stealthy Fire with the redirect, and Brains just can't get to it.
Again, just A&M a little too much on the commitment on the offensive front. Can't get back in time, and with that much boost that Gabe picks up, you got the full back boost out of the corner, and so they're just going downfield full speed. Not going to be easy to stop them.
That was a close call for Iowa State, almost allowing one to go in, and Brains follows that centered pass. Looked like Melly was fighting for it in the corner right there. Picked up the midfield boost, plays it off the wall, and Brains knocks it in. 1:32 remaining in this game. It's tied again.
Yeah, Stealthy just missed, frankly, in the corner, and Dylan wasn't back in rotation in time. So I think that's the right play that Stealthy has to do, to play along the wall to challenge that, so you don't let him get a center. But the physicality, get a demo. That's why that goal happens, because A&M has been getting so aggressive on the offensive side. You see Melly just full speed ahead. Gets the demo, opens the door for Brains.
And that right there takes him into a 1-goal lead with 1:24 remaining. And honestly, Caribou, this is where we're going to see whether or not Calculated and A&M Esports applies the pressure and make sure that these opportunities that they have are capitalized and that they use up time. They don't have to create any, a special movement. They just have to control the possession. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, as we are just at the 1 minute mark, and A&M Esports is 1 minute away from being able to move on to the next round. Can they do it, or can Iowa State find a way to make something happen with 45 seconds remaining? Dylan with a shot on goal, and there it is. Tie game, 44 seconds to go. And now we've got to see exactly who has the heart and determination to get the next goal and possibly the victory.
The double commit at midfield just unfortunately left Melly by himself at the goal line, and there's nothing more to be said about that. A&M left themselves open once more on the defensive side. Iowa State capitalizes.
33 seconds remaining. Melly tips it forward. Stealthy Fire plays it off the wall. We see Dylan and Brains going up for it, and Gabe can't get to it as Brains gets another goal. This game has been everywhere for A&M Esports. 27 seconds remain with a 1-goal lead. I mean, Caribou, can it get better than this? Game 5, down to the wire.
Overtime. That's the only other thing that can happen at this point, the way they're trading goals. But this is everything you could ask for out of a Game 5. You know, their offenses have worked so well in their individual games that they've got victories in, and it all comes down to full fruition. Game 5 where both offenses are working. It's a matter of whose offense is going to work better.
Under 10 seconds to go as Calculated works it into the zone. They're trying to get the ball down right now to allow themselves to move on. He just knocks it straight down onto the ground, and A&M Esports right there is the game, and A&M Esports moves on to the next round.
They looked like they knew what they needed to do in those last couple of games. It took them a little bit to find the answer that they needed to get around the Iowa State defense, but once they figured it out, they were able to just, frankly, bully Iowa State out of the way and send them into a position where they can have an open net. And Brains, somebody just give Brains a non-sponsored generic sports drink, because the amount of sweat from that game, good Lord.
You got to love to see it. And again, the demolitions had a lot to do with it. You saw the bumping cars. I mean, they got really physical in Game 5. I felt like the first 2 games, they kind of were more finesse, heavy goal scoring, things like that. But that last game, I mean, it was left and right. Melly was just plowing through every opportunity that he got. And that is one of those things that I think led them to that victory. But now they move on. And this is where we're going to see them. They're going to go against UCSB next. And honestly, some of these teams that have moved forward already, you see Mizzou Gold. You mentioned that before the game. They won their round against Wichita State University 3-0. So they clean sweeped that, and now they're going to face off against CSU Green Rocket League. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have more Rocket League action right after this. Welcome back to the PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs. Day one, I'm the Doxology, and alongside me is Caribou. And we are about to get into round 2 gameplay between JMU and Kent State and Caribou. I mean, the game we just saw with A&M Esports and Iowa State went 5 rounds. But now we might see a little bit different because this is round 2 play, so it elevates just a little bit. And in that first round, I mean, you see how well these teams have played. And I honestly am really, really excited to know whether or not Kent State is going to be able to keep up with JMU, or if JMU is going to impress Kent State as the 20 seed.
This is exactly the team I'm talking about as well. The Widener University that Kent State beat was the team in the league that I was casting for the last 12 weeks that ended up a second place team in that league that lost to a very good Drexel squad. And Widener is no slack of a team. They are very good. And the fact that Kent State was able to win that series 3-1, now with JMU and Kent State both here in round 2, they've already made it farther than they did last fall, where they were both bounced in round number 1. So they're already paving a new path for themselves. They just have to be able to step up to the occasion because, like you said, I mean, with the next round, competition's only going to get harder.
Yeah, then again, you look at JMU, they had the upset already, the 20 seed against the 13
True.
seed UCF. I mean, that's one of those matchups that you might not think about too much, but JMU absolutely demolishing them 3-0. I mean, that situation puts them in a great opportunity to be able to overcome that adversity, and maybe they continue on as we get into this game. Now, I want to ask you this real quick. As we look forward to this best of 5, which team comes out with the aggression? Or do you think that both of these teams are going to play very soft this first game to see kind of what their team does?
I think it's kind of the same thing you're going to see in a lot of series, where game 1 is a team kind of getting a feel for each other. And I think a team that steps up and takes the priority in that first series, in that first game, is the one that is going to be better off, because you don't want to be the team that plays passively and it's okay, well, what are you going to do, what am I going to do? But at the same time, you also don't want to show the other team your hand and just do everything in game number 1. So I think there is a level of aggression and a level of priority you have to put in game 1 to assert your dominance. But is it going to work long term? I don't know, because all these series probably going to go 5 games. Let's be real. Like, there's a lot of good teams in here.
As we get into round 2, of course, there is the best of 5. So I think we might see that first game as a little bit more of a feel out. But then again, last game, we saw A&M come out very, very aggressive, very strong. So we might see that same type of gameplay here. However, I do think that because of the seed differences between the 20 and the 4, Kent State is in a really good position to kind of give an opportunity to see what JMU is capable of this first game. And they might even allow JMU to play a little bit more aggressive just so they can see, like you said, their hand, whether or not they're going to rotate well, whether they're going to control the boost, whether they're going to really play midfield or back. We saw a couple teams that have played a lot more back that have allowed them to get those breakaway goals and maybe chipped it to clear it into that center zone. And that gives them the opportunity to kind of make some plays even when playing back. And Kent State being the 4 seed, we know that they're capable of playing at a high level. And so I anticipate them to come out with a little bit more patience, knowing, you know what, we belong here and JMU needs to prove it.
And just out of what I know, without seeing Kent State play, but what I know from Widener and what they have done in their seasons past, because I got to see them play in the fall and in the spring. Mm-hmm. So I've seen the development of that team, and they are a good offensive team that plays the ball very well. They set up each other very well for the passing. So I know from that, Kent State's got to have at least a solid defense to be able to slow down a good offense, or in the other case, the best defense is a good offense, and don't let the other team possess the ball. Don't give them any chances to send it down the other way to let them get shots on. So Kent State, it's going to be one or the other. That either way, it fares very well for a team trying to accent themselves in a competition pool that is so highly contested. And frankly, like I said at the top of the show, a lot of players here trying to make a name for themselves.
And they have that opportunity with such a wide variance and a wide audience. You look at some of the other teams that have gone final as well in that first round. I'm looking at USF White as the 11 seed, taking down the 22 seed University of Maryland. That's a big win for them. 3-0, as we are ready now for JMU and Kent State. Right now, JMU in the orange as the kickoff happens, and Kent State in the gray. You got RGN and Sky and Yaki Bays along with Diora, Loco, and Sloth for JMU. And honestly, right off the bat, you see some of the boosts, not too much utilized, like you said before. That first kickoff is where a lot of info is given to both teams. Who's going to go for the boost? Who's going to play back? And with 30 seconds gone in this game one, you see Sloth with a shot all the way across. That was more of a clear, but RGN playing it off the backboard, kind of chips it forward. That's dangerous as Sloth centers it, and Diora comes up, just glances it. Yakibays is able to get it and clear it out. And now Yakibays with a nice dribble, and there's a demolish and another demolition right off the bat, as you see two cars having to respawn. Loco using all of the boost and RGN just stealing that from him. And now Diora is trying to get this centered up to Sloth and cleared out of their zone. Another demolition, as both of these teams playing extremely aggressive.
Yeah, and that was a really good defensive stand because there was a 2-on-1 advantage. You saw Loco and Sloth both just scrambling to get back, and it started with that first demo to even things back up, to steal possession back out. Kent State had a great opportunity there, and just that aggression from JMU was able to stop it, slow it down, and now to find something the other way. But this one, a lot of back and forth, a lot of midfield play, and lo and behold, the first and only goal we've seen so far in the first couple of minutes comes from a little chip shot just shy of midfield.
You see JMU, the 20 seed, with 3:19 remaining in this first game, go up 1-0. And honestly, that's kind of one of those just chip shots that floats in. Nobody's back. And I think that's from the midfield play. You see a lot of the demolitions and the way that they're picking up the boost. You see that Yakibays redirects just to get that extra little boost right there. Has to redirect and move backwards. Sky coming up, getting it back into the attacking zone, plays his own rebound. Loco's right there. Loco is who got that first goal for JMU. Now Diora trying to get it centered, goes skyrocketing through. Sloth now playing it off the wall. Nice double bounce as Yakibays just hits Sloth out of the way. Loco now unable to center it again for Diora, and Sloth coming back through. Great defense. There is another demolition, and you see the aggression. Sloth, actually, that gives them the opportunity to almost center it for the other team. And now Kent State on the attack. Sky unable to track that one down, as that was a beautifully centered ball with 2:20 remaining in this first game, and JMU leads 1-0.
There have been a handful of small opportunities for both teams where they just try to find an opening in the defense, and it's there for a split second, and it's gone a split second later. And the fact that neither one of them have been able to find the hole that they need to be able to get that ball through the defense, and a 1-0, it's just going to show that this is a great series. And, even being a 20 seed, you cannot count them out, because at this point, it's just like March Madness. Seeds don't matter anymore.
Seeds do not matter. When it's double elimination, it gives them the opportunity to play back into it. However, it is a little bit of bragging rights, knowing that you're able to come up through the ranks as a higher seed or a lower seed. And you see Diora trying to get it cleared out. 1:30 remaining. Sloth finally chips out all the way to midfield. RGN is right there, and Sky passes it over to RGN. RGN can't get to it, and Yakibays takes it home and ties it up with 1:20. Yakibays right here. You see this redirect from the wall. Sky just kind of throws it forward, and he comes through right over Diora to tie things up. And you gotta love the graphics of the goals. Each player with their own style. I mean, that's just one of the things about Rocket League that makes competitive Rocket League a little bit more flashy and fun.
Yeah, I love just seeing the personal taste of what everyone wants to go with, because there are, as you said, so many different options of customization in this game just to, on top of just the card decor, but also the finishing from the goals scored. I mean, I love to see it, and we should have seen another one right there, but Crossbar's not giving any favors out, apparently, in this series.
Not in this series right yet, but two defenders in the goal were able to knock that free. RGN throws that down. Sloth clears it out. Yakibays goes up for it, goes aerial, gets it midfield to RGN, and he plays it cross field. And now both teams go for it. Diora knocking that free. Yakibays coming up, tries to get it off the wall. Sloth is able to chip forward. 30 seconds to go in game one, tie game, and both teams fighting for this first game of the series.
It's such a close series, too. Like, this is... I mean, it's not even the fact that they're playing passively, because we've seen so many demolitions. Like, these teams are going at it, and they're not holding anything back. But small mistakes have been the difference maker. With 10 seconds to go, you can't afford to give something up like that.
Sky going for the block. Yakibays again. Sky actually almost had a little bit of that, but Sloth stays with it, and then it looked like was able to bump Yakibays out of the way. And JMU with the lead with just a couple seconds left. Yakibays trying to play it off the top bar. Diora comes out of nowhere. RGN centers it up. And right here, can we see it? Loco gets it cleared. They're going to try to keep this in the air as long as possible. That's close, but it doesn't hit the ground. It's still up, and it's still anybody's ball game. You see Sky just wanting to find something to keep it in the air. Any boost that they have, Yakibays throws it up. RGN comes forward and right at the front of the goal, unable to get it. You see Sloth with 5 shots on goal, and honestly, Sloth was able to get a couple of those sneaky ones in, was able to follow that last one for the win. And JMU, the 20 seed, upset right now. That they take game one of this best of 5.
And they look good doing it. I mean, just both really just dishing out exactly on both sides. I mean, they're both being aggressive. They're both demolishing each other. English is hard sometimes. Stay in school. That's why all these college, they're doing better than I am. But they're just pitching and catching the same thing on both sides. Both very physical, very aggressive, and that's why when it comes down to it, it's only a 2-1. And those small mistakes are the difference makers.
And I think we're going to see a close series, probably all 5 possibly, as we move forward into game 2. 20 seconds have already passed by as the JMU Daisy Dukes really want to, the Dukesy Daisy, excuse me, really want to find a way to upset Kent State and take this next game. Yakibays chips it over to Sky, and that goes through. Diora is able to come up, and Sky follows it. Diora accidentally looked like he just kind of taps it. Didn't mean to tap it too hard. You see him playing the wall, tried to get it cleared out. Sky just with a really good recognition of where that ball was going to take the lead. Kent State on the board.
I think Diora just really thought that ball was going to go higher and a little bit further. I mean, Diora's in the right position on the wall to play that. And then, unfortunately, just because it is such a slow lob shot, Diora has to come off the wall. Unfortunately, spikes it straight down. Sloth is turned around, and there's nothing to be said about that. It's just a unfortunate positioning that Kent State takes advantage of and gives them the 1-0 lead.
1 minute already gone in game number 2. JMU leads this series 1-0. Kent State trying to even things out 1-1. RGN coming through. Loco is able to kind of clear that out, and now he follows it, but Sky is right there. You see the demolition right in front of the goal. That's centered up. Loco able to get it off the back of his car, almost allowing it to be centered. Diora comes through, gets that full 100 boost, plays it off the wall, gets it all the way cleared through. And honestly, that is a situation that they don't want to be in. And right there, Loco, no boost at all, just has to basically drive into it. Yakibays with a shot on goal. But again, Sloth there to answer it. RGN is there to clear it out. Sky gets it right in the corner. And honestly, Sky with a nice little redirect there. Sloth using some of the boost. You see the boost control. Both teams not really finding themselves with full boost, as Loco finally gets a full boost for himself. But again, uses a lot of it to make these defensive stands. 2:55 remaining in this game. Sky, as Diora just barely gets a tire on it to chip that high. makes the beautiful epic save. RGN with a shot. Sloth is right there to accept that and say, no, I think we're going to keep it over here. Now, Sky with a beautiful shot off the top bar. Oh my gosh, you could have seen it go in, but again, the quick decisions by JMU to rotate through, giving the extra help. Loco playing it off the wall, chips it forward to Diora. Jacoby's come through, gets the amazing demolition, but it doesn't play for their favor. You see Diora right here, just barely hitting it. Jacoby's a second late, going for the demolition instead of the block.
A great speed flip right there, just to get up and redirect that one wayward of the goal, pitch it up to upper 90. Diora, a phenomenal play to be able to beat the defender to the ball, and you have to take those every chance that you can, because the amount of pressure Kent State's put on the last couple of minutes, I mean, JMU's been pinned backs against the wall the whole time, so they had to find an answer quickly, and that's the best way they can. When Kent State all of a sudden would get complacent in the offensive zone, you send too much forward, you have to find something in transition the other way. And that's where JMU's going to find their goals.
1-1 with 150 remaining in this game, too. JMU leads the series 1-0. Again, coming in as the 20 seed, Kent State, the 4 seed. You kind of feel the tension in these games. You see all these demolitions and the demos that are taking place midfield, near the goals. These players are picking up the boost, but they're using it almost immediately as that one just slides over RGM. You see him with a little lob shot almost straight mid. Pops that, and Sloth just can't quite get the boost up to it to make the block. And with just under 90 seconds to go in this game, Kent State takes the lead 2-1.
Yeah, just a little greedy there by Sloth. I mean, and that's two of the cardinal sins. So it's a no-no. But you happen to step up a little too far. Sloth out of position, and Kent State takes advantage. And, you know, that's I guess the only accent where you can see that Kent State is the quote-unquote favored team because they're a higher seed is the amount of offensive pressure that they have applied onto JMU for this entire game. There's been a lot of demolitions, and I think the tension that you described between these is very apparent. And Kent State, the reason they have this lead is because they spend so much time on this side of the field.
They've been very aggressive this game. Sky, very good control as he just chips it forward and then plays it off the wall himself. That goes off Diora, and RGN coming in, plays the rebound. Look at how well Sky controls this in the air. Almost got the double flip right there. RGN following it through, takes care of business, and now with the 2-goal lead, 43 seconds remaining in game 2, they're trying to even this thing out.
Yeah, Diora just gets caught floating right there, out of position, and not a lot of reaction that you can have when you're already in midair, pretty much utilizing all your boost. There's no momentum that's carrying you anywhere other than a very slow up and down from that. So just a very tough position to be in, and Kent State just has to send a couple players on the attack to get there.
Sloth now with the shot on goal off the top bar. Oh my goodness, JMU trying to make something happen. Loco now shot, and Diora follows it up, but again, the defense of Kent State has held strong in the final seconds of the match. Sloth bounces it first. I think he wanted to get it down so that he can get it back up into the air, and they can continually keep this alive. And Jacoby's just kind of chips it all the way across. Sloth can't get to it. Ball touches down, and Kent State is the winner. You see the sniper, the 288-foot goal right there. And that is just one of the things about this game, that the rotations are so important as Kent State ties it up 1-1 in the series. But rotations, you got to get that boost and you got to get back. And Sloth had that opportunity on that long goal, but just came up a little bit too close.
Yeah, and even on that last possession, you know, JMU had the opportunity where they have a 2-on-1, and you have the numbers advantage, you have position advantage, you got someone near post, you have someone that's like shadowing towards back post. All you have to do is space it out, play the ball off, you know, fake it one way or the other, or actually play the ball, and then you get another goal, and then you're only down 1 with 15 seconds to play. Instead, they both commit to the same point, the same focal point, and they don't come away with anything.
10 seconds already down in game number 3. Kent State taking game number 2, 3-1. And honestly, both of these teams very aggressive. We've already seen a demolition within the first 20 seconds of the game. Sky trying to make something happen. Loco is able to go aerial and get that cleared out just a little bit. Yakabes comes in, gets it off the wall. And RGN, again, you see the rotations, the mid boost right there. Sky picked up that mid boost. Beautiful dribbling right there. It kind of jukes Diora a little bit. And now Diora finds himself centered. Loco with the shot. Beautiful execution and a beautiful goal by Loco.
And I think that actually starts with Diora. I mean, sure, Diora gets beat off the juke, but the angle Diora takes on that initial possession from Kent State, going for the 50 high, is going to at least disrupt that possession enough so that they can't maintain and continue into the attacking zone. And then it's just a matter of a transition attack, a quick 1-2 where Diora's already going downfield, already in position. And that's just an easy number in the counter.
Loco with some beautiful movement. Diora with a nice little center, but met by two people. Sloth came up trying to get it. Yakabes now controlled. Beautiful follow through with 3:53 remaining in this game. Finds a way to push it home. You see him pick up that little extra boost, and that gives him just enough. He used every ounce of boost to get that goal all the way in. And honestly, that's kind of one of those things that you just have to have the awareness, the game sense to know there is the midfield boost that gives you that extra little bit. I can hold off on my double jump to make sure that I control this ball all the way through. And now with 3:36 remaining in this game, we've got a tie ball game. Sloth with the shot on goal. That goes wide. RGN now trying to make something happen. Sky going up for it. Little chip shot. That's just wide. Almost got the putback as well. Loco clears it into the corner. 3:20 remaining. RGN tries to double flip. Ends up moving off ball a little bit. Yakabes bringing it down home. Plays the bottom bounce off the ground. RGN, good accept. And that goes through. Loco trying to clear it out. Yakabes keeps it in. And honestly, we see a lot of back and forth right now inside the zone of JMU.
I really like what Kent State's doing to set this up, though. They're not forcing anything. They're not pressing the issue. They're just playing patient, recognizing when a ball's not in an optimal position that they can make a play off of it. So they just kind of rotate back around, maintain possession, and try to set the play back up. Just take the ball back to the top of the key, more or less, and then reset the play. Kent State's playing very well-disciplined Rocket League here in this game.
Halfway through game number 3, you see the way that they continually push off the wall. You see Boost utilized as that was an amazing shot. Sky comes out of nowhere for an epic save. Sloth with the shot on goal, and that's going to go through for JMU. And honestly, that was just great awareness for this ball coming back as Dior centers it up. Sloth splits the defenders and is able to send it home.
Yeah, that's just the unfortunate positioning where Sky's caught out and you don't have the one being able to step up, and they kind of double commit to the one in control of the ball in front of the net. So both of them just already out of position on a bad angle, and there's nothing you can really do about that. The ball's just going to go in, assuming that it's on target.
Sloth, great control, doesn't use all the boost, just kind of floats it up there. I think Yakabes expected that ball to go higher, was going for the putback. RGN is met. Now Yakabes all the way, follows it all the way through. You see it go off the wall, but instead it comes straight back down. Watch it hit the ceiling and drop right in front for Yakabes. Beautiful follow through and a tie game with 1:55 remaining in game 3.
And that's a hard one to read. So I'm not going to fault the defense on that at all. Like, didn't expect to see that one bounce off the ceiling like that. But the fact that RGN just full sends and is going full speed for it, regardless of where it goes, at the very least, you're just going to ring right out from the goal and be right back in position to rotate back around. So being able to tie it up like that without any hesitation, I respect that.
90 seconds remaining in this game. The Yakabes picking up again. JMU very good controlling the boost. RGN with full boost. Yakabes just picked up full boost, and that is just an errant ball as nobody was back. You see Diora pick it up and just English that sucker all the way in. Nobody rotated back for that. You saw Sky had actually gone mid to pick up the midfield boost and ends up paying the price for Kent State.
That's a freebie that you really shouldn't be able to get away with, but JMU does and gives them a lead. So that's kind of detrimental here for Kent State because we've already seen through all 3 games that we've witnessed the framework, the crossbars, not doing any favors here today. You have to have all your shots on target, and unfortunately, Kent State's been on the receiving end of most of those framework shots. They got to be a little more finite in their adjustments.
50 seconds remain, and if you are new to Rocket League or just tuning in, this is the PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs. Round 2 gameplay in between JMU and Kent State. JMU, it's a best of 5. JMU and Kent State tied up, but JMU with a 1-goal lead right now with 27 seconds remaining. You see Diora tries to clear it out. RGN right there to keep it in. That was a nice little chip shot center, but Loco goes aerial and is able to clear it all the way out. Jacobi's has to chase it down. Is going to let Sky control it just a little bit, but again, that was really dangerous as the final few seconds tick down. And can JMU come away with the upset on this game? And they do. Ball goes down. JMU takes game 3. Again, another close game.
And you can't ask for better competition the way that it's going. I mean, a 1-goal separation between the two of them and just how it's been going through their games. I mean, it's small mistakes that teams are stepping up, recognizing, and taking advantage of. And that is the difference maker that has been in all 3 of the games so far. So now all of a sudden, with the 20 seed up, with 1 game to go, this is a point now where Kent State's got to realize, okay, what are we doing wrong? Are we being a little too aggressive maybe on offense? Because those are the chances that JMU has found where they get those long shots, the long clearances on target. That's where they're getting their points. So do they reset? Does Kent State slow it down a little bit? Say, okay, let's take a little more traditional Rocket League play.
And we'll see right here as game 4 underway. Again, game 1, 2-1 victory to JMU. I mean, these games have been extremely close. Game 2 was 3-1 Kent State. JMU leading the series 2-1 with already 10-15 seconds off the board in this game number 4. Ooh. And Sloth playing his own rebound. Watch the little pass by Diora straight up. Sloth gets up aerial, plays it off the backboard and down right over Sky. Sky was there in a good position, just unable to get elevated quick enough. 18 seconds in, and JMU has a goal lead, trying to get game number 4 and move on to the next round.
And exactly like you said, Sloth was in position. It's not like you were out, just could not get in the air quick enough. So just a well-aimed shot. Credit to the one that's getting the goal. I mean, Dior with a beautiful redirect, but Sloth there, just incredible control to be able to get that one in and sneak it between the crossbar and the defender.
Jacobi's with full boost. You see him go full aerial, able to tap that boost, stay elevated, trying to allow one of his teammates to come and possibly knock that home or find himself in a position where he could double jump through. You saw him, he didn't use that double jump, but unable to complete the goal. 3:50 remain in game 4. Loco playing it off the corner wall with a nice little English. I love that little floater that he was able to throw up for a shot, but it doesn't go into the goal. Loco playing defense now up front. Sloth right there plays it off the wall, elevates. Great aerial dribbling right there to control it all the way into the attacking zone. Sloth tries to center it up, but unfortunately not there. Diora honestly was the only one back. You see the rotations in play, a lot of boost used, and Sloth again finding a way to take a goal. Honestly, you see him just playing right over Sky and RGN. Nobody's back for Kent State as JMU with a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and that's a point where Sky's either got to get up or RGN's got to get back to the baseline. And it's very difficult because RGN's already taken out off of the first deflection. So Sky has to be a little more aggressive on that challenge or just the full reset to let RGN come off of and out of the box. So it's just a unfortunate little situation. Almost came away with the rule 1 right there, but hey, the crossbar finally did something.
As we've seen the crossbar deny a couple, you see Diora going up for it, and Sky, I mean, just barely got a hold of it, but not enough to get out of the way. The rebound kind of messed with him a little bit, putting it into his own goal. 3-0 now with 2:53 remaining. Kent State has to get a little bit more aggressive, get some shots on goal, find a way to make something happen and tie this up and push it to a game 5.
Halfway through, down 3 goals. I mean, this is almost worst case scenario for Kent State. And now you get to a point where, okay, maybe they actually like listened to me and decided to go a little more passive on their approach. But unfortunately, it's resulted in an offense that's just not getting anything going. And JMU has all of the pressure. They have all of the momentum. And I think Kent State at this point is now just in a state of, okay, what do we do? How do we find an answer? How do we get back at least in this game? And you just have to start with 1 goal. You can't look at big picture. There's still 2 minutes. That's a ton of time in Rocket League.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen goals scored in seconds. Therefore, this honestly is the time that JMU needs to figure out how to play time, while Kent State, I would say, get more aggressive, find ways to pick up that boost, rotate if they need to, play a little bit more back and get those back boosts, and play the mid boost as RGN coming in with a rebound goal right there with 1:48 remaining, trying to get his team in. You see him chip it all the way forward. Sky gets it close, and Loco just misses that cross, and RGN coming in clutch, getting 1 goal back for Kent State.
Just got to chip away 1 at a time. And it only took about 20 seconds until after the point where I said, they just have to focus on the here and now. And all of a sudden, their offensive possessions just look a little more pristine. Look like they know what they need to do. You see, they're not going to commit too much. They don't want to overcommit to give up anything else to JMU with 2 players rotating back for boost. And with Yakibays has no boost at all. So, I mean, this possession really not going to go anywhere. They have to get themselves where they can go and put together a decent attack. But stuck on the defensive front, it's unfortunately taken them a little bit too long.
The Yakibays picks up the boost and uses all of it, but Diora is right there to deny the shot on goal. RGN comes up. Sky's got to get back. He picked up a little bit of boost and is playing in the goal. Yakibays misses it. Sloth right there. Yakibays tried to get back, but Sloth was there to just honestly put in an easy shot on goal. You see him with the double jump, and that puts him up by 3 again with under a minute to go, and JMU is looking really good.
Yeah, being able to, recognize that, they gave up 1, but they're still going to keep the insurance on top. And the most dangerous lead is a 2-goal lead because you get complacent, and it's very easy to come back from a 2-goal deficit. But now having it back up to 3, under a minute to play, JMU in complete control. Just a matter of play the ball, play the clock, and eventually walk away with the 3-1 victory.
The Loco playing midfield. Diora with a shot just wide, kind of chips it from the midfield. You gotta love to see the control. RGN now using boost. Loco's right there, but RGN just overpowering, plays that really, really close. Watch him just kind of float through. Loco goes up for it, but RGN continues to boost and plays that rebound off of Loco to put it in. RGN putting the team on his back with 21 seconds, trying to keep Kent State in it and push it to game 5.
Down but not out. They're certainly still in position, but they got to get one like the next 8 seconds. Like, you have to have at least 5-6 seconds on the clock if you want to be able to get something. But the way the ball's going the other way, this is not optimal, not great. JMU eventually going to walk away, even after a couple of scares there at the end. They're going to walk away. The 20 seed, another upset, back to back, and they're moving on.
JMU shining through. You see the playmaker, 3 assists. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated from round 2 gameplay, is not over dominance, but also a really good opportunity for both teams to play extremely well. And that game, honestly, I felt like JMU just felt comfortable. They got really comfortable playing that game.
yeah, they finally looked like they got in a rhythm and they were able to just play their game, play at their pacing, at their tempo, and take advantage of that. So with an upset to move on, I just a complete aside, not related to this matchup, but there's been another upset that caught my eye that I saw right before we went into that series. The number 30 Cal Poly Mustangs upset UMN Gold. That was a 3 seed to go into the second round. So that's another team all of a sudden I'm going to be keeping an eye on as this tournament progresses. And as we mentioned, there's so many good teams in this bracket on both East and West. You could realistically watch them all and be excited to follow them all, but that's one that I'm very interested in now.
I'm really excited to see how they do. We're actually going to jump back into A&M Esports round 2 matchup back into the West region as we see A&M Esports versus University of California, Santa Barbara, the Gauchos. You see them in the orange, A&M Esports in the blue. And really, honestly, we've seen how well they've played as the current score is 2-1 in this series. Best of 5 again. A&M playing so incredibly well. Melly, Brains, calculated, doing a really good job of kind of controlling things and seeing how they're going to move forward. And with just 30 seconds to go, you can already see the aggression as calculated is able to play it off the wall and plays that so calculated and puts it home for a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, just a good read right there. And Yin Liner, unfortunately, just swinging a miss up over the top, and got to have somebody that is posted up over the top to see if they can try to disrupt that aerial play. We saw A&M do it a lot in their opening series. They love playing off the wall. They love playing off the bounce. UCSB just has to be able to recognize and disrupt the offensive plan of A&M, which at this point, being down a game and down a goal, they got to do it here and now, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, 2-1 on the series. A&M looking to put things away in this game number 4. You got to love to see it. You got to love to see the competitiveness of A&M. And you look at A&M Esports as a 9 seed going up against an 8 seed. This would be a upset as you see a couple of the players just really getting aggressive. You got Butter Saucer and Yin Liner, excuse me. And honestly, I'm going to call him Fideo. Fideo is playing extremely aggressive for the Gauchos.
Yeah, and more demos coming through, and this is kind of the Achilles heel we saw for A&M. If they just get bumped, if they get demoed off, their offensive possessions fizzle a lot, and they they're not able to come through with anything. So that's an easy way to disrupt A&M, just to get them off the ball and then find something on the other side. Fideo there, you're looking for a flip reset. Unfortunately, the possession just gets away. The ball gets away from him and can't finish that one out. But it's a great setup, great opportunity. But A&M's so dangerous on the other side.
Gerardo El Fideo. You got to love it. You got to love the way that they've played. Honestly, they've kept it a close game so far with 2 minutes down, almost at the halfway mark of this. Butter Saucer comes down. Melly plays it so well. Fideo gets it chipped just wide. A beautiful opportunity for the Gauchos. And now Butter Saucer keeping it in. And you got to love the boost utilization. Brains tries to get it out. Fideo is right there as well. Oh my gosh. You see the aggression as the Gauchos trying to do something right here. University of California, Santa Barbara. They really applied some pressure there. And now A&M clears it out and trying to make something happen. Brains can't get to it. Melly playing the cross. Really good rotations by both teams, keeping somebody back. You see the boost is kind of in A&M's favor right now as Brains just kind of pushes it to the outside wall. Yin Liner with a shot on goal. Melly. We've seen Melly do a great job of rotating through, picking up those midfield boosts and back boosts, and even the attacking side boosts, stealing them essentially from the other team. And you see that beautiful opportunity for Melly going up for the rebound, but that goes just wide. And Fideo tries to get it cleared, but again, that comes all the way back. Brains tries to control it, moves it into the corner. Fideo clears it out, and now you see Calculated pick up that full boost, gets it high into midfield, and we'll see who is able to track this thing down as we're at 1:23 remaining in this game number 4.
the thing that A&M seems to be doing is as soon as the ball gets dumped into the other zone, like they're just kind of chasing it. They're not really possessing very well, and they end up losing possession there on the other side. But UCSB seems to be doing virtually the same thing, where they're just kind of chasing the ball around. They're not really getting good setup, and that frank back and forth play that the ball just gets cleared across midfield and then the play gets set up from there is the reason that we only have a 1-0 scoreline. These teams have not had the opportunities on offense on either side. The defenses are stepping up to just shut down whatever the offense wants to do.
That is a really good center as Melly follows it all the way through. That kind of bounced just over the defender. You see, Saucer was right there, and Melly chases it down, gets the rebound off of Saucer, utilizes that boost to put it into the upper left. And now A&M, with a 2-goal lead, with 40 seconds remain, are looking to move into round number 3.
Yeah, and Butter in a great position. Just unfortunate. Melly took a phenomenal angle, and that's the best angle that you could have taken to win that 50. And fortunately, you're literally right in front of the goal. So you win the 50, the ball's going to the back of the net. But A&M just looking pretty good right now. It's been a slower offensive game, but even in a close, tight games like this, you have to be able to make sure you come away with the wins, regardless of how ugly, how clean, how good they look. A win is a win at the end of the day.
As the final few seconds go, and now you see A&M is moving on to the quarterfinals, where they're going to play against the number 1 seed Mizzou Gold, and that is going to be a really, really tough matchup for them. A&M putting on a show though. Melly, calculated, brains, you gotta love to see it.
Yeah, and that's like hey, congratulations, you won, but now you have to play against the best team, arguably, in the bracket on either side, East or West, and it's a Mizzou team that has 3-0'd both of their first opponents. So Mizzou certainly is rolling, as much as my Kansas personality hates to say it. Mizzou's looking
Welcome back to the Play versus Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs, and it's day one. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou, and we've already seen some excellent round one and round two gameplay, and we have round three just around the corner from both the West region and the East region. Now, Caribou, we've seen some of these teams in both regions already play. We saw JMU from the East region play very, very well and upset Kent State, but we also saw A&M twice in round one and their round two play in the West region. And we've kind of gone through a couple of these teams, but let's look at some of them. I mean, you've got Mizzou Gold is number one seed. You know, they're the team technically to beat, but again, it's a double elimination tournament, and they're going to be going up against A&M, the 9 seed. A&M Esports, they've played very, very well. They went 5 against Iowa State in that first round, but then they played very, very well against the University of California, Santa Barbara just this last game. So we'll see kind of how this matchup is, as well as some of the other teams. What are some of the teams that you've seen in this tournament kind of shine bright so far?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at on the west side, it looks like the bracket's kind of shaking out how you would expect according to seeding. The only outlier of that one is the University of Kansas, in the sense that they took a 3-1 over Texas A&M in their first one. They took a 3-0 over the 7 seed. So technically an upset, not a huge disparity in their seeding, but they won that one 3-0. So as the 10 seed, Kansas doing pretty good on the west side. But the East is just a mess. Like the seeding, they're just random numbers given to the teams. I mean, the 1 seed lost in the opening round, and then the 32 that beat them takes the 17 of University of Michigan to 5 games, where they'll now face off against the 9 seed in Salt. So seeing these low seeded teams making these quote unquote Cinderella runs that are eventually, you know, going to match up with potentially JMU here as a team that we have seen a couple of times that have looked very good. There are just a handful of teams where the East side, it's chaos. Nothing makes sense. The West side, you at least get a pretty decent idea of what you can expect.
Right, but you kind of look at the number 2 seed University of Delaware. A great start against UNC Charlotte C team. They 3-0, and that was really exciting to see them kind of move forward. And then again, seed number 1, Winthrop Eagles, they came back in the losers bracket, so they may be able to push through as well, and we might see them again as they work their way back, as we are underway with Rowan along against USF. This is winners of round 2 in day 1. As really these two teams again are going to find themselves playing for boost and power, and the next round play, as 15 seconds have already gone by in this game. USF white in the gray, or the white you could maybe see them as, and then the Rowan props, they're in the orange. You see Eclipse, Gary, and Sheena for the props, and you've got Some Strange, Sharky, and Commit for USF. You gotta love to see it.
Yeah, a 3 seed in Rowan facing off against the 11 seed of USF. You know, Rowan took a 3-0 to get here. USF took a 3-1 in their round 2 victories, and teams looking in convincing fashion to win their series between both a 3-0 and a 3-1. Obviously have earned their position here in the first 60 seconds scoreless, but both of them getting good chances on both sides. But USF right now applying the pressure and getting really efficient shots at high velocity that Rowan's doing a good job to keep out of the back of the net.
And again, this is the East region that you see it, and Sheena trying to play it off the wall midfield, trying to make something happen. You gotta love the customization of the cars. You see Sharky just looks so clean, and you gotta love that about Rocket League. The infinite possibilities of what your car can look like. And honestly, you see how Something Strange just plays it through the mid. Gary knocks it back into mid, but Commit comes forward, and Eclipse is able to really control it on the ground. I like that, being able to kind of accept that and bring it down. Gary tries to clear it out again. 3:11 remaining in this game, and that's just a shot middle, and Commit right there to take it home. Plays it in the midfield, passes it to Something Strange, but not able to really get anything on it. You see Gary with the demolition and another demolition as Sharky comes in to really just make that save and knock it out. Something Strange with a shot that goes midfield. That goes off the crossbar. Gary follows it in. Eclipse centers it up. Sheena is right there as well. You see both of these teams going back and forth. No goals as we're midway through this game.
Yeah, they've had good chances on both sides, especially with, the demos coming through, trying to find advantage. And with USF using the double octane, this team is going to be moving, and they're going to be trying to get themselves in a position very quickly to be on an attack. And when they do attack, they will be going very fast, coming straight at you and trying to get a playoff from one side to the other. This is a very high octane in the sense of that's why it's called the octane of offensive approach, and they just got to make it work. They got to capitalize on it, and they're going to be moving in the air to be able to get that.
You see USF making their first goal as this first game underway. Again, it's the best of 5. Sharky gets his name on the board, and we've got a correction. It's Skiana, and you gotta love to see the corrections. If any of the players are pronounced differently, please type it in chat what the pronunciations are. I'll make sure to pass that along. We've got chat open as well to make sure that we call the best names and the best accurate names as possible throughout this tournament. We've got a lot of different teams that we're covering with a lot of different players. So just let you know.
That's one of the most difficult parts of commentating esports is there are some very creative people out there, and their usernames sometimes just completely wild. Sheena, Shina, Skeena, whatever you're going to call it. Reading is hard, okay? But you get the goal, and now your name's on the board, and you're front and center in the spotlight.
You got to see the beautiful redirect there as well by Skeena. And now, tie game, Rowan and USF. 121 remaining. And right off the bat, you see as that was going in the wrong direction. And now Gary follows it thrown, and there's just an open goal right there after the demolition. Rotations unable to take place early on. You see Eclipse just comes right through. Gary's got a free goal, and now the Profs up 2-1.
Yeah, Rowan being able to take this after such a slow start where there wasn't anything going on either side, but only the one goal here, and Gary just making sure that when you have an open net, you just have to be able to put that one on target. And some would say it's easy, but sometimes the nerves just get to you and you psych yourself out.
Some beautiful clears and really great aerials playing off the wall. That one goes all the way into the defender side, and Some Strange has to do something there to get it cleared out. Sharky now clears it out with 43 seconds remaining in game number 1. Again, it's best of 5. So both teams trying to kind of field each other out. And Skeena with a shot on goal almost had the opportunity, but it was taken away from him. And now Gary, 30 seconds remaining, playing off the wall. Beautiful center. Is anybody be able to come through? Skeena with a shot, but Sharky, great defense, good control. Make sure that opportunity is taken through. And that ball was on its way into the goal, but some great defense. And Commit comes forward. Final 10 seconds, and the Profs are trying to get game 1, get the ball down instead of keeping it up. Commit tosses it up into the corner. Now Skeena playing it off the back wall. You might see him just kind of clear it out to where it does. And again, Rowan takes game number 1. The Guardian Angel, Gary, with 2 epic saves. And those saves coming in clutch as they get game number 1, 2-1.
Yeah, a close game, not an easy game to come away with that victory. As slow as the offense was to formulate during the entire opening minutes of that, but eventually finally able to boil it down, get the opening, and Gary, the difference maker, being a lack of rotation, a simple miscommunication on the other side, leaves the net wide open. And that is, again, like I pointed out a couple of series ago, small mistakes is what you're going to have to be able to step up, recognize, and take advantage of, because sometimes that is the only opportunity that you're going to find.
Yeah, and you also saw that he had 3 demolitions, and some of those demolitions came at the opportune times right after those kickoffs. That's when everybody's kind of vulnerable. Nobody has full boost. Somebody's got to rotate for it. So this is what we're going to see kind of in game 2. We're going to kind of see which teams adapt to that gameplay as game number 2 is underway. Some Strange hits it, and Gary already has it. Aerial is able to play it through. Commit comes through to get it cleared out, but Eclipse, you love the touch as Skeena now plays his own rebound, trying to get that cross shot all the way through. Sharky now dribbling it down midfield, gets it up off the top crossbar. Commit coming through, some strange coming through. Nobody is able to get it through, and Sharky gets a shot on it. Skeena with a beautiful save, and now the rotations are in full effect. Gary coming back through. Everybody's trying to find some boost. You see the props. Almost every single one of them has full or half boost, and you got to love to see the way that they're going to rotate through as Eclipse brings it all the way back, almost too far. Something strange runs into it, and now Eclipse, no boost, so he's able to chip it forward to Gary. Gary coming through. Sharky with a great defensive play with a minute already gone by in this game number 2. Again, Rowan with game number 1, leading the series 1-0.
Oh, a dangerous opportunity going across the middle there as well. I mean, this is like almost rinse and repeat of what we saw in the last one, where it's just the offense just trying to find something on one side or the other. But USF seems to be in such solid control of possession, putting the pressure on. But Rowan is able to find these outlets and find these maneuvers to get around. Unfortunate there that Clips and Skeena both end up in the same spot. And then Gary's there to with some more momentum to push it out of the awkward position where it just stops dead in the water. Try to find something more to work with. And this is just Rowan right now. They have to find something to go. Gary with a good attempt at an aerial dribble, looking for a flip reset. But Rowan have not found the finishing touch.
Not quite yet, as they take care of the defensive side. Gary now moving in. You love to see the aerials and the control. 2 minutes down in this second game. And you see it's just back and forth. Demolition. There's a shot. Eclipse all the way through top bar and then follows it up. You see him almost get that cross field goal, and he follows it up wisely. The demolition kind of cleared up the space, almost smoked him out where nobody knew where he was. And that was just a heads up play by Eclipse.
Yeah, and then just taking advantage again after the defense is just out of the way. Well, all you have to do is just tap it in. Just a little short 3-foot putt. That's all it takes. And halfway through the game, only a 1-goal lead. But like I said in the last series, it doesn't matter if it's 1 goal, 5 goals, if it's ugly, if it's clean.
A win is a win. Just tap it in. A win is a win. Halfway through this game, the Profs lead 1-0. A very close game, and that's what we expect to see in round 3. These are the top teams right now playing extremely well. Winners of round 3. I mean, we're going to see which team is really able to kind of control the boost and what they're doing. And again, the Profs, almost everybody with half or full boost. Gary coming from the top shelf. Eclipse with a beautiful shot. Commit somehow makes an epic save. Was just in the right place at the right time. Followed his rotation well, and now Skeena tries to clear it out. Some strange with the shot on goal, and Gary going up high for the block and save. Gary gets redirected. Some strange with a shot and trying to make something happen. Commit coming through. Eclipse clears it out. This is going the distance as Sharky now has to get it back into their attacking zone as Commit plays it off the wall. That goes wide. Some strange now wants to center it up, but Skeena finding a way to get it out. And now Sharky with the demolition and the goal.
And just being able to ride that one around. I mean, someone strange being able to push that up the wall, bounce it off the ceiling. Even with the challenge in the corner, it's still going the right direction well enough that you're going to let it up for a teammate to play it out of the middle. And Sharky does exactly that, is in position, is ready for it, and just has to read where it's going to come down. Good heads-up play by Sharky.
Now tie game, USF in the white, along with Rowan in the orange. 1:13 remaining in game number 2. Rowan took game 1 2-1. And so this is, again, another tight one. Down to the wire. We'll see which teams adapt well and make that final move. You see Skeena playing it off the wall, but some strange gets high for that aerial deflection. And now Sharky, is he going to play the rebound? He does, but nobody's there. Commit almost took one. It looked like some strange was there for that putback, but Sharky comes in a little bit too quick. And now we'll see who is able to make something out of nothing as Some Strange with a beautiful block. Eclipse coming up, and now Gary goes back on the rotation. Eclipse and Commit meet halfway through the defender zone. Gary now with a shot. Some Strange throws it straight up. Skeena wasn't able to connect with it. Great defense by both teams, really controlling the midfield. And you see a lot of midfield battle right now as we are 15 seconds remaining in this game. And Some Strange comes up and is able to bury that goal and take the lead, leading into the final few seconds of this game.
Yeah, clock on the overlay is still ticking about 12 or 13 seconds to go here for USF to try to hold on to this one. And, you know, I'm glad that you didn't wrap your point right there, because I was about to say, man, wouldn't it be nice if this is our first overtime game and then, well, that happened, and, well, now that happened as well. So now a 2-goal lead here for USF. They're going to be all but done with this one to even this series back up.
Yeah, unless
what a
you
comeback.
get unless the profs are able to get something really special off the kickoff right here, it looks like USF might be able to take this one home. You get the last few grace seconds. That goes up, and as soon as that touches the ground, unless they aerial, and there it is right there. USF taking game 2, 3-1, and that puts them in a great situation and a great opportunity, as now a best of 5 turns into a best of 3. We're tied 1-1 in the series, and you kind of look at how their gameplay is and the development of that. They got 2 really lucky goals there too. Some Strange just really had that last goal to put them ahead by 2. That was an errant ball, you know, that really just capitalized on. So I want to see how the profs are going to be able to continually apply pressure. You know, they need to find some way to apply that pressure quickly, as we're already underway for game 3. No breaks. They grabbed a little bit of water and went right back out there. And you see Some Strange, as that was the pressure that I was talking about that I thought the profs were going to need to have. But instead, Some Strange says, you know what? I'm going to take this off of Sharky's redirect. Gary can't get to it. Eclipse can't get to it. And now USF leads 1-0 with just 6 seconds gone by in this game.
A great start, a great statement to make, and they're trying to continue that off the kickoff. I mean, they're trying to make these good setups immediately just to pinch off the wall and then try to find the angle. And they have their lineup is just really good on the offense. But Eclipse, you know, the one with the dominance is the one I think that should be more on the offensive front and trying to do more. But also, if you just want to take shots from way downtown, and that works too. Yeah, good aerial control by Skeena just to sneak that one in off the framework, off the crossbar, and sneak that one in, even things up.
4:34 remaining in this game, tie ball game, and you see Gary pick up the boost and immediately goes aerial, met by Sharky as well. The control and Commit playing off the wall there to try to clear it out. A great bounce through. Eclipse gets it back into the corner, and now they've got to find some way to get it out of their zone. Really, USF is having to play a lot of defense here as Skeena gets it back in. Sharky now, great dribbling midfield, gets it to Something Strange. Gary already rotated back for the props, and that's a great job by them with great communication. You see Skeena is now playing back as well. Sharky comes forward, plays it off the crossbar, gets it centered up, but again, met by great rotations and defense. Good control over the boost as Eclipse with a shot, as that was just clipped wide. Oh my goodness, that could have been a goal right there as Commit comes through with a nice shot on goal. Gary is able to play it off the wall and get that cleared out, picks up the mid boost, comes all the way down into the corner, plays it off the side. Eclipse is right there. There's a shot that goes high. We'll see if Skeena can get the rebound. No, Sharky bounces it forward. Now Gary's going to have to chase it down, uses the boost, and then uses the break to really accept that. And that's a really, really good opportunity.
And Eclipse is in the perfect position. As I said, I'd like to see Eclipse get more involved on the offensive front, you know, using the dominance, being able to have a little more control out of the air and try to line things up for your teammate, whether or not you're going to get the flip reset to take the shot. But if you can bank it off the wall for a double touch to your teammates, see if Gary can come in to get the final flick and put the shot on. But Eclipse just needs to get a little more involved on the offensive front, I think.
You see the continued pressure and the aerials. Gary coming in, trying to clear it out. 2:35 remaining in this game. As you see, a lot of applied shots. Some Strange was able to get that, no problem. You see it kind of bounce off the ceiling. Commit goes all the way high. And again, we've seen a couple balls kind of just have that awkward bounce. Two defenders were there, but they couldn't really address that bounce at all. And Some Strange knocks it home halfway through, and immediately the UCF is fueling themselves and knows exactly what this game means, because if they get this game, all they need is one more and they move on.
Yeah, very important to be able to come away with this one and have that level of pressure where you only have to win one more and force the other team to win the rest outright, and just try to get a reverse sweep in a best of three. You see the picture-in-picture, King and JMU, the team we spectated, currently in extra time, tied at 4 apiece, and, well, never mind. That game's over.
Right there, you see King winning, and that was in favor of King. 4-4 overtime. They get the 5-4 victory as they lead the series now 2-0 against JMU, and JMU playing very, very well all the way through. They've got to find a way to come back and, probably apply a little bit of pressure. We'll see if we'll keep tabs on them and see exactly how they do. But King with a dominance performance so far, leading 2-0, and now Commit finding a way to clear it out. Something Strange comes through as well. USF on screen is trying to make a extra effort to get this game. Again, all they need is one more after this. So if they can hold out this 1-goal lead, it'll be good.
And Rowan just doing everything they can. I mean, at one point, all 3 players in the box just trying to get the shot finalized to get in the net. And you can see it's almost a level of desperation where they're trying to send something offensively at USF, and everybody's on the wrong side of the field. Everyone's back in rotation, and they're caught out. And USF just in transition, able to capitalize and give themselves a 2-goal lead.
1 minute exactly remaining, and Rowan needs to find something, some form of offense, apply some sort of pressure here as they pick up some good boost, and now they have the opportunity to maybe make a push. I'd say play back just a little bit, wait for the right time. Skeena going up for it, chips it to Gary. Gary almost centers it. Some Strange is right there, and that goes back into the defender zone. Now Skeena tries to clear it out, but Commit comes in, and Demolition, and now you see Demolition's back and forth. Gary trying to clear it out. Really, honestly, none of these teams have control at this moment, as both teams utilizing boost to hit the Demolitions instead of shots.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with time ticking, you got to focus more on the offensive, on the Rowan side. And as much as they have and as much effort and resources they put into the offensive front, to not be able to come away with anything is a little demoralizing. And, hope that you have the mental fortitude to bounce back here in the next game, because already down 2 goals, 0's on the clock. I mean, you're down 2-1 now. You have to be able to bounce back and recognize that even though you threw everything at them in the end of that last game, it still wasn't quite enough. I hope you're not tilted going into the next game.
Yeah, they've got to really kind of control. Though that first game that they played, it was back and forth, but it did feel like Rowan had a little bit more control. They won that game 2-1. Now, game 2 was a little bit different, where you saw USF really came out a little bit stronger and controlled the boost, getting that game 3-1, and then taking game 3 as well 3-1. And honestly, Some Strange 4 shots on goal, that put them in a really good position to kind of hold that pressure, and then they could play a little bit more defensive minded going into the next few games. And so now we're into game number 4, and USF can taste it. All they need is this game, and they move on. And so you see Skeena coming through, and there's a Demolition in the air. 10 seconds gone by already, and Rowan trying to pick up that boost quickly. Gary applying the pressure early on. Commit picks up that full boost and now plays it off the wall. Really well done by Skeena to get elevated to compete against him in the air. Again, both of these teams finding ways to get it cleared out and play very well defense. You see the rotations. Skeena and Eclipse back. Commit coming through. And that was just a really good job. But Some Strange saw it. Look at how well he does this. He comes in from the middle and gets that rebound and just knocks it in. Skeena can't get back after that first rebound. And USF with an early lead with 4:23 remaining in game number 4.
And that's just an unfortunate issue in the sense of where Eclipse was in that. Off the first challenge, wasn't able to get up early enough to deflect that putback after Skeena made the first save. On top of that, that's just going into the point of the vehicle selection. Eclipse using the Dominus, the hitbox is smaller, so it's just shorter. So even if you're late on the reaction to be able to get up to try to defend that, it's going to be even more difficult when you put yourself out of position like that. So USF just recognizing advantage they have, recognizing the fact that they're proactive on the play and get the shot on to get the goal scored.
You see Eclipse and Gary working their way all the way into the attacker side zone. I mean, you see Skeena came up really quick. Now Eclipse has to chase it down and ship it back forward. This is a little floater. We'll see. Commit plays it off the wall. Very well done. That counts as a save for Commit. He did a great job of kind of tracking where that was and took away that goal opportunity. Gary getting elevated. 3:20 remaining in this game. USF leads by 1. Eclipse bouncing it off the wall. Now, is he going to go aerial? That was a nice shot, but Sharky is there as that counts as a save for Sharky. And again, this USF team is doing a great job moving back and forth. Commit plays that off the wall again, and that's centered up. Skeena with the shot on goal. That goes off a defender is what it looked like, unless Skeena is able to get the rebound here. You see on the replay, Eclipse, it just bounces through. That went off 3 or 4 different people, including Gary. And Rowan now ties things up with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, just a matter of a little pinball. Send that one across the line and get the credit for the goal scored. So, yeah, whatever it takes to get the goal, as long as you get the points at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And, keep things tied up coming up on the halfway point and just the defense challenging on that. But the same point to this game, both these teams are just kind of playing a little pitch and catch, trying to send it long. Gary, beautiful save right there, but watching and waiting for the rotation of Rowan to come back. But the double commit in the air between those two is going to put them out of position here. There's a chance for Rowan to take it the other way, but I like that Someone Strange is able to make sure the ball stays on this side. They'll let the numbers get back. Good heads-up defensive front.
You see Gary playing back for Rowan very, very well. He just made 2 epic saves and kept those goals off the board for USF and giving his team a chance to come back. And they need this game in order to push to game 5. And currently right now, that was a really good opportunity. Sharky goes wide with that shot. And Gary tips it into the attacker side zone. He's met with a lot of adversity as USF is rotating so well on defense. They're picking up the midfield boost and the midfield, the smaller boost all across the field. Along the way, Gary now trying to make a shot on it and Commit with the redirect in the air to make sure that he stays in the way, plays against and Sharky now getting on it as that goes off the sidebar just a little bit wide, comes across the goal. And again, nobody is able to bury a goal as, again, this ball is just hovering around. You got to imagine the teammates that are watching and the people, the fans are sitting here saying, get it out from in front of the goal.
The outside, all the fans Rowan just get it in the net. How many shots is it going to take? I mean, they've had so many opportunities and gotten so close so many times. USF just trying to finally get a clearance out and a sigh of relief, a moment to breathe here after a phenomenal defensive stand, but now they got to do something on the other side of the field.
You see Commit and Gary on the attack, Commit on the defense, trying to clear it out. Some Strange plays it off the wall. That's a great job. Skeena now comes forward, is able to just kind of chip underneath it, but Sharky now centers it. Gary gets it all the way cleared out, but Commit goes so high in the air midfield to get it through. 30 seconds remaining. Some Strange isn't able to get it. Sharky kind of just bounces through. Commit now pushing it into the corner. Tries to get it centered. Nowhere to go. Sharky gets elevated a little bit. Instead, he rotates back. Commit now almost looking for that full boost. Sharky, really good job utilizing the break to accept that, as that's a floater and Some Strange isn't sure where to go. Gary comes in with the demolish and he wants to see if they can get one more shot on goal. Gets it. Elevated Skeena now. Can he do anything with it? That hits the ground, and we are in overtime in game number 4.
Use the wall for the flip reset. Skeena just trying to get that one at the end, but unfortunately after the reset just misses. But Commit might, oh my lord, almost had something there right at the end, or right at the beginning of overtime, but Eclipse coming across to get the save. And that's where the Dominus hitbox is your best friend, because of how long that body is. Be able to reach out and stop that one from getting in.
You see the sudden death overtime as you see right there coming through. Sharky utilizing the boost to get that cross pass from Something Strange. Nobody's in goal, and that is tough, as USF now moves on to the next round, taking game number 4. And that right there is how you get the job done.
Yeah, and just being able to take advantage of position of, the fact the defense isn't there. A good 50 win on the other side, they just then sets up Sharky to take the shot. No, it's just an open net, just redirect it. Hopefully, fingers crossed towards the goal. It's a little long, and, playing off of 50 is kind of hard to read, but that's why these players are so good. That's why they've made it this far in the bracket, and hoping to continue their run. They've already made it this far, and as the numbers get smaller and smaller, it's not going to get any easier.
It's not going to get any easier. A lot of really good Rocket League content so far, and really good championship gameplay from all of these teams. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more of PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs right after this.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
reasons to doubt, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out. You can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones. You won't ache my soul, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. Push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out. You can't get to me. Say what you wanna say. Go take it all away. But I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight.
Welcome back to Play versus 2021 College Championship Playoffs. Day one, I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou. And it has been so fun to watch these teams compete. We've already gone through like 3 rounds of gameplay. It's massive. We've got West region and East region going at it like crazy. The seeds have already dropped. We've seen a 1 seed lose, and now they're in the loser bracket. We've got the loser brackets that are working their way through. So that's actually who we're going to be tuning into, is the lower brackets, trying to fight their way back into this tournament. It is a double elim, best of 5 tournament between these two teams. And honestly, some of these teams have been so incredibly talented in the way that they've navigated through this tournament. And we get to see a lower bracket now between Purdue and UNC team, as this is game 1 of round 4. The winner of this will go on to play Rowan, who we did just see play just a second ago. As you see, the gameplay is underway. Swan, Jask, and Cab for Purdue in the orange, and Joe STN. Is it Joe STN, I think? If you know in chat, please let us know. It's Joe STN. I'm David, and Foxes on UNC C team. That's UNC Charlotte C team.
A lot of C's.
There's a lot of C's. A lot of C's.
Yeah, and talking about the journey that these teams got here, I mean, they're both making the gauntlet run right now. They were both knocked out in the first round, and they're both here trying to get themselves to continue their run in the losers bracket. They've made it this far, and they've won every single one, obviously, in the loser side, but only one is going to be able to advance from here. One of them is going to find the exit of day 1 of the playoffs here sooner than they probably would hope.
This is for all the marbles. The loser will not be able to advance anymore. And of course, the winner, they get their opportunity to play against a pretty good Rowan team. As you see Swan coming in from the aerial, already a minute 20 down on this first game. Best of 5. Foxes clears that out. Midfield, Jask is able to get it off the wall, and there is a big demolition midfield. Joe STN is able to go up for it and kind of deflect it through, but Cab with a shot. Foxes gets the rebound, gets it back into the corner. Jazz plays it off the wall, and Joe, nice shot against the wall there to kind of bounce it midfield, and now plays it off the wall. Cab with some good defense. You love to see the utilization of the backflip. I mean, this is all extremely exciting for these players as they recognize, okay, now is where we have to play our absolute best in order to move on.
Yeah, and watching them go back and forth down the field from one possession to the next, you see minute opportunities where they can get a center, get a pass off, but the defense on both sides just stepping up and disrupting these passing lanes, bumping the players off the ball. And there's opportunities in transition for both teams as well, but they haven't been able to get back in time or get forward in time to be able to take advantage of the defense being out of position, out of rotation.
That was a great opportunity by I'm David. Swan now uses the back kick, and now I'm David off of Joe. Joe with a beautiful center. Watch him be extremely patient right here. Is able to kind of just click it to the middle, and Jazz can't get there in time. And again, you see the missiles coming in. That is on point. 2:22 remain in game one, and UNC Charlotte C team has the lead 1-0.
Yeah, and just unfortunate, Jazz couldn't get back in time. I mean, Swan on the near post, Jazz on the far post. He couldn't get there, was not able to step up in time to be able to close off that gap, which UNC takes advantage of. Puts them up to 1 goal over the halfway point, then a little slower in the offensive front. And this is another one of those games seemingly where it's, they can't get those possessions that last. And they have a solid duration of time of possession. But they're just kind of clearing the ball down and back and forth and taking advantages where they can, when they can. And Jazz just does so right there.
Jazz playing this off the wall. And honestly, you see a couple players that were just tied up. You see Foxes was there, but I don't think he read that ball going in. Maybe he thought it was going to deflect wide, but now a tie game. Purdue and UNC Charlotte seed team looking like they're neck and neck with 140 remaining in game number one. Now, Caribou, let me ask you if pacing has anything to do with these games. These players have now been playing for a little while, so they've been warmed up. Do you think there's any cool down in between these matches that are affecting these players, or do you think they're just basically as warm as they can be?
I think that there's also a level of, yes, you're warm, but it also depends on players individually. I mean, like, personally, playing a game, my first 2 games that I'll play are like the best that I'll play. And then there's a middle period where it lulls and I'm terrible at everything I do. And then eventually you bounce back in it. So it's a matter of, personally, are they in that position where, they're at a dip? Because there will be a level where fatigue kicks in and where, you get a little exhausted, you're not quite primed and ready to go anymore. So you have to go back through the stages of getting back onto your A game. But I mean, the way that it's looking right now, it almost seems like the pacing that they're setting is just a little too quick, which is a thing that Rocket League teams fall victim to all the time, where they just try to set the pace significantly faster than either team can keep up with, and they just end up hitting the ball wherever they can because they can.
You see the Jazz coming in with that extra goal for Purdue, and there's the one. You gotta love Rocket League and the customization. We've mentioned it before, but the splash is something we haven't seen yet today, as Swan splashing in the water comes home and moves forward to a 3-1 lead with 36 seconds to go in this first game. And honestly, you see both teams kind of going for it, as Cab was going for a boost, had to immediately turn around and rotate back as that just sneaks in. Cab was there, couldn't elevate fast enough, and you see Foxes come in and punish the decision to back up all the way into the goal.
And realistically, that's almost the only play that Cab can make to try to get back in position. You have to kick it in reverse. You're facing the wrong way, so you're not going to be able to get a squishy. Like, you're not going to be able to loop back around like that. And unfortunately, there's just nothing else to say. And even if that shot goes high, there's another teammate on top. If Foxes doesn't hit it, there's a teammate on top of the backboard that's going to be able to redirect it back in and get the shot on. So being able to get that down to a 1-goal deficit was good. But now you have 20 seconds where the ball's on the wrong side of the field. You got to find an answer here and now, but they don't have a lot of boost to work with.
No, they don't. Swan, that was just beautiful aerial control to grab it out of the air and immediately push it down while they have the lead. You see the 6 shots on goal by Jask, and that right there is going to get them the game 1 victory, best of 5. So can they get the next one? How are they going to adapt? And again, how is UNC Charlotte going to adapt to that? Honestly, that just really tense style of gameplay. We saw a lot of car bumping and aerials that really opened up some clean shots.
Frankly, I think they just kind of need to slow it down and reel it in a little bit on both sides, because it just got a little chaotic there in the middle where neither team was really possessing the ball very well. They were just kind of hitting it and then playing reactively to that. So if they're able to at least slow down just a little bit, take advantage of mistakes on the other side, and then just dribble the ball, control the ball, whether it be on the ground or in the air, I think you're going to find higher levels of success and be able to see a few more goals put up. Granted, at the end, it wasn't just a 2-1 or 1-0 scoreline. We got 5 goals total, but you might be able to see that a little earlier.
Yeah, as we're into game number 2 now, Purdue getting that first win. In that game 1, giving them the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. This is the lower bracket, so whoever loses is out. I mean, the pressure is on at this point. You see Swan flying through the air, coming down, trying to get a good shot on goal. Cab now playing extremely well. I love the customization. Those neon wheels look so good. I don't know why, but if I had a car, I would put neon wheels on it too.
I mean, it's all about the aesthetic appeal, right? Like aesthetics and neon RGB, it all gives you extra skill. It's like a 10% skill bonus. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'm not on the coding team of Rocket League, but I think that's one of those hidden buffs.
It just might be, as 45 seconds have gone by in game 2. Jask now chips it all the way forward. I'm David, really well done. You see the control in the air. You gotta love to see how well these players have adapted to the style of gameplay at the level of gameplay that they have. Both Swan and Joe going up for it. And now Foxes shoots it, but Jask is there to answer. Good save by Jask. 3:48 remaining as Swan coming up, flying through the air. Cab trying to center it forward. Jask is there. Foxes meets him as that's floating so dangerously, and Cab coming and powering it home. And you gotta love the finisher, matching the green wheels. You see the green monster just coming out of the goal like a hurricane.
Nothing if not consistent in branding, and I love that. But, I mean, looking at where it's going to go from there, Purdue had so much more boost for the last 30 seconds, and UNC sure was getting the attack. They were in position to do so, but they all ran out of boost. They all forced to rotate, so there's an opportunity there where Purdue can move down the field faster than the defense can get back in time, and that's exactly what they did. They were able to step up and recognize that, whether they knew they had boost advantage or not, and didn't do it again. But UNC spending a lot more time far forward on the offensive zone, and they're not able to come away with that. I mean, again, you look, there's zeros on the board. All 3 of them with 0 boost. They can't do anything about that. But Purdue's monopolizing the boost and taking advantage.
Yeah, we're going to see with 3:16 remaining in game number 2, Purdue with a 2-goal lead. You see Cab going on the offensive immediately. I'm David just tries to clear it out, and all the boost in their favor. And really, you got to see the rotations of UNC Charlotte and trying to find some way to get back, play defense. Swan now coming up for that little rebound, and Joe just is able to knock it wide. Jazz keeps it in the offensive zone. You see, I'm David looking for something, looking for boost, and
no boost.
Swan coming in with a Swan dive and knocks that into the back of the net at 2:45 remaining in game 2. And Purdue, is looking so good for this game.
It's just a rinse and repeat that Purdue's monopolizing all of the boosts, are taking everything. The only person with boost at that point for UNC was David, who went to the corner, so he's already out of the question. You're not going to get back in time to pick up the full boost. Joe and Foxes had 20 boost combined between them, and there's no way that you're going to be able to get in front of that. Purdue is just taking complete control. They're taking it to the bank and then some, to the moon. Purdue's taking this game.
Yeah, you see how quickly they're rotating through, and that was just a great opportunity for Jazz to power at home. 231, Purdue leading 4-0. And now if you're looking at UNC Charlotte's offense, they need to find some way to at least rotate back and play defense well and then push. Right now it looks like they're kind of all around looking for that full boost instead of playing to each other's advantages of getting at midfield and allowing each individual player to pick up some boost. And that's kind of what we see. David now the only one with boost, and Joe, nobody back. And you see the panic on their faces or on their fenders kind of set in.
Yeah. The grill, the bumper, the headlights. Headlights are wide open right now because they're just in shock and awe at how this is going, because a 5-0 with 2 minutes to play still, like Purdue just absolutely stepped up here. They're taking control of the game. They're setting the pacing. They're setting the tempo. This is a Purdue comfort zone, and UNC is just playing in their world.
You see Joe trying to make something happen. Cab coming through. David going skyrocket aerial to get that block. And now Foxes with 0 boost. Cab 100 boost. Gets all the way back and honestly can play nicely. You see Jask with the beautiful rotate, and Purdue is just honestly rotating super well. You see Jask come through and the avoidance of Swan. And now Joe missing an open goal opportunity for UNC Charlotte. And those are those moments that you wish you could have back as a player.
It's exactly like I talked about in one of the previous series. Like, yeah, the net's open. Like, you should be able to get that, but sometimes the nerves just get to you. You just get a little overwhelmed. You're out of position and you can't quite figure out what you have to do to correct. You overcorrect or undercorrect in a position. So it remains 5-0, 60 seconds to go. Now Purdue's just got to find what they got to do for one more game to make sure that they stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, they're working extremely hard on the attack. Jazz with the shot that goes wide. David trying to get it cleared out. But Cab just sitting midfield, knowing that his team is rotating so incredibly well. Cab had almost full boost and still does have almost full boost. Was all the way into the offensive goal. I mean, really, they're playing extremely aggressive, knowing that each teammate is rotating so incredibly well and quick to get back. And now David with the shot on goal. That's the top crossbar. Can't complete with under 20 seconds to go. Joe coming in for UNC Charlotte. Swan gets up for it. And you see Swan just immediately rotating. You see the beautiful rotates to get back on defense. And now Cab controlling it. And that's going to be the last few seconds ticking off as Jazz just
one for the road.
Gets that little extra one, possibly a little salt in the wound for this game. Now they've got to do one more kickoff, but Purdue with a dominant effort. Now, anything is possible. This is Rocket League. As you see the winner, I guess that did hit the last little bit. So Purdue does take that game. But really, you look at how these games are played and playing out. Purdue just dominating game 2. That first game was a little bit closer, and now we've got to see something from UNC Charlotte.
I don't really know what the something is going to be. I mean, you got to find a way to stop that offense, because whatever Purdue just did between game 1 and game 2, I mean, still taking the dub out of both of them, but they just absolutely turned it up to 11, and they played their game. They played in their comfort zone, and there was nothing that UNC Charlotte could do that or could say to stop or slow down Purdue at all. I mean, even come away with that last second goal. But the point is you have to try to find a way, I think, to kind of clean up the rotations and secure your own boost. Purdue's been taking the back boost from UNC the whole game. If you're able to secure your own boost, at least maybe you have a better chance on the defensive front, and you have maybe a better say in this to keep it closer like game 1 was. But you got to start one at a time.
Game 3 underway as Purdue trying to have an opportunity in the lower bracket to play against Rowan in the next seeded game. I mean, they want to get to this next round. Of course, everybody wants to get to their next round, but they've got to figure out, and maybe they start thinking a little bit about, hey, what can we work on right now to prepare us for the next game? Or maybe they just simply say, look, we got a task at hand. UNC Charlotte has made it this far. They're still a good team. They still can come back. Even though they're down by 2 games, it's 2-0, but it's Rocket League, Caribou. At any moment, teams can get hot, hit those shots, maybe get a demolition in the goal with an open goal opportunity. You see Swan come in there, and right there, Jazz for Purdue says, I don't want them to have an opportunity. You look at the boost, almost all of Purdue is halfway full, if not full, for that shot. Almost 1 minute into this game, and Purdue already leads by 1.
And to give credit to the other side, UNC has boost, but they all have to rotate out of their defensive zone. They're forced out of a traditional rotation to go get that boost, and they can't get back in time. So unfortunate, you have to leave it up to 1 or 2 people to like, I hope you can defend this while I go get the midfield or the back boost on the other side of the field. Good luck, and then creates a numbers advantage for the offensive front. That's why Purdue is able to score that goal.
And you saw another opportunity for UNC Charlotte as I'm David with a shot that just went high. And those are the shots. I mean, we've seen a couple from UNC Charlotte that could have gone in. I mean, they might have wanted them back to maybe get a little bit more boost on it, or maybe just a little bit more tire on it to allow it to sneak in, but it hits that top backboard or even the crossbar. And there's nowhere really to go at that point other than rotate back. And you see Jazz now right there almost with a demolition and the goal. Swan flying through the air. Foxes gets it just centered to Cab. David is able to follow that back through. Foxes, no boost, just a tiny bit. Has to find a way. There's no boost to pick up. So now all the way 0. Nobody's able to rotate through. You see the back boost has been taken up already. Joe finally gets some boost. Foxes has some boost midway. And Cab just controlling it. Again, Purdue is doing an excellent job controlling the possession of the ball in both ends of the field. Really, it's both ends of the field. You see the little car bounce as Cab is getting a little, I don't know, maybe a little pedal to the metal, utilizing that boost to, push the car around.
And just about sending a message on the other side. I mean, Joe had a great opportunity to shot, but Cab able to step up and push both Joe and the ball out of the way so that there is no chance. But their defensive side has done so well. Swan, at that point, just gets caught with momentum going the other direction, couldn't get back in time and reset. I mean, there's no way you can turn around for the squishy, and then David with the follow, just beating the rest of the defense around. So that's just a good understanding of UNC, a very fast counterattack, which is probably what needs to happen more often than not, and maybe be a little aggressive to try to bump the defense out of the way. That's the benefit of this. Purdue's offense has slowed down. They don't have a 4-0, 5-0 lead at this point, and being a tie game, UNC Charlotte's still absolutely in this. And like you said at the beginning of this, if a team just finds something that works, they find an answer, they might get hot at the right time.
They might. 1:40 remaining in this game, tie ball game, as Joe is trying to find a way to get it into the zone. And again, no boost for Fox. Fox cannot find any boost anywhere along the way. Finally gets that midfield boost and gets back. But we saw before, Fox was able to get back, but immediately got demolished in the net. And that is one of those things that you can just utilize as a strategy in Rocket League. If a player stops even for a second, as Foxes takes a really good bounce and gets the redirect from David. You see Cab tries to get back to play the shot. Instead, it bounces off the wall, and Foxes is able to get goal number 2 on the board and the lead. This keeps them alive in game 3. 1:10 remaining. Joe in the corner gets it on the wall and bounces it through into the attacking zone. David's there, but Cab is also there. Foxes has to go aerial for it. Stays up. Swan now with a shot on goal, but Joe is there to meet it. Good rotation by UNC Charlotte. Now Cab bounces it forward. Nowhere to go. Decides to rotate back. Swan takes control of it. Moves it into the inside zone. Cab coming up with it. And that was a great move by Foxes. That was a great double jump. Joe should have had that rebound as it was perfectly centered, but a little bit of miscommunication. David gets it all the way cleared, but Cab is right there. You see the control to kind of accept it, flip it up. And now 30 seconds remaining as UNC Charlotte is trying to stay alive, trying to push it to game 4. Again, David with a shot. Jask actually clipped it, almost put it in his own goal. Top bar down. Joe with the shot, and that's centered again. Foxes can't get to it, clears it into the corner. 10 seconds remain as Jask clears it out. And now we're in the final few seconds. Can Swan or anybody from Purdue tie it up? It's up in the air. Now this is the best part of Rocket League. The ball is still in play until it touches the ground. And there it is right there. UNCG is able to take care of this. UNC Charlotte, they take care of that game and stay alive. And honestly, you just saw a lot of really good gameplay, some good rotations, which we haven't seen from UNC Charlotte yet. The C team really showing through on that game.
Yeah, and they absolutely stepped up when they needed to. And, playing in the type of gameplay they found the answer they needed. They found what they had to do going into this game. They played more at their pace. They didn't really let Purdue kind of do their thing. They didn't get bullied back into the corner where they were able to just not have any boost and not frankly participate in the game. They were able to get the answers, find something. They even had a few opportunities on the other side, but I think the difference maker in that one is UNC's ability to win the 50-50s, because that was a thing that they just frankly weren't able to do because the other team was moving faster than them. They get the boost, they're winning the 50s, they're able to push the ball out of their zone, create pressure on the other side, and that's the difference maker for that game.
And we see as game number 4 now is underway, and Purdue still, this game is the opportunity for them to stay alive and move on, and really knock out the chances of UNC Charlotte, or UNC Charlotte can stay alive and force a game 5. Either way, both teams are going to be playing at the absolute best. You see Purdue, maybe I'd let that game get away from them just a tiny bit as Jask is right there. Cab with a beautiful little side shot there, trying to get it centered up. You see Foxes and David playing very patiently, utilizing the wall, making sure that they get things cleared. Jask bounces it off the ceiling, but David is able to be right there to clear it out. You see Swan gets it off the wall, clears it out as Jask puts it home on the rebound. You gotta love to see the communication as Swan bounces that all the way through. Jask playing that side boost and just kind of waiting for that opportunity. That was an incredible goal.
Yeah, just good awareness as well in the positioning. I mean, Purdue sent everything for that. There was 0 boost left for 2 of the players. Jask is the only one with boost, and he's in the air going towards the goal with 30 boost left. So if that misses, if that gets deflected, it's going the other way, and it's going a long ways the other way. So very fortunate that their players are good enough to get the shot on and get the goal scored.
You see 3:53 remaining in this game. Purdue doing a really good job of trying to clear it out and keep it in the attacking zone. Now Swan didn't get that full boost. In fact, Joe actually came in and stole their boost from their zone. So Foxes just kind of floating in the air, no boost left for him. And Swan coming all the way up, playing it off the wall. You love to see the extra kick flip, the bounce, and the utilization of the boost. Fox nowhere to go because no boost. And you see just the gameplay between these two teams, as that was a really good shot, just went wide, and Cab was there to knock it free. 3:12 remaining as both teams really just trying to find a way to stay alive. Purdue trying to find a way to move forward to the next round and keep their dreams alive as well. UNCC, and they've got to find some way to tie it up with 2 minutes already gone by in this game. Game 4.
UNC's doing a good job on the defensive zone where they have a person that's just staying home on the goal line, and then the other two defenders crossing in front, just trying to stop this without double committing to anything, without trying to have anything really fall apart on that side of the ball. But they're doing so well to stop this Purdue offense, and it's reminiscent of game number 1, where we went this long duration with a close game of 1-0 scoreline, 1-1, 2-1, before things finally broke open in the last 60 to 90 seconds of the game. And I think that's a better sign here for Purdue, because they know that they can win a war of attrition and they can handle this sort of long, slower play because they've already done it once.
You see a big demolition around midfield. Foxes centers it up to David. David gets it all the way into the corner. Cab is right there, but David comes and demolishes him. Joe gets it off the wall. Jazz tips it up and pushes it all the way. Gets a full clear. Now Jazz playing it on the board. That goes just into Joe, and Jazz gets credited with the goal. You see the defensive effort right here, and I want to see, is he bumped just a little bit? Not quite by Swan. Joe is trying to get it cleared out. Doesn't get there in time. And now Purdue with the 2-goal lead with 1:55 remaining. All they have to do is hang on to this lead, and they move on to play Rowan in the next game of the lower bracket.
And that's another one of those things, looking at how we were talking about A&M earlier on and the fact that they won their series and a well-contested series, but then they went to face off against the number 1 seed in Mizzou and ultimately would end up getting 3-0. So it's like, hey, congratulations to Purdue, if you do end up winning this game and take the series 3-1, but you also have a very solid opponent waiting for you on the other side. So you can't just think that you got out of the woods from a good series here against this good UNC team. You have to be able to continue and maintain the success through the rest of the bracket.
And there's Swan again splashing his way into the goal. 3-0 with 1:12 remaining in this game. And now you'll see Purdue probably lighten up just a little bit because they know they can play time. Probably some wall shots, keeping it cleared. Nothing too hasty. Don't want to give up an overcommit. As Jazz says, nah, I'm going to immediately go for it. Cab, that goes wide. Swan now playing on the wall, just kind of tips it forward, and you see him just kind of play with it, keeping it in the attacker side. Cab comes up, gets a good clear as Foxes chips it forward all the way into the corner, but the control by Swan right there to grab the ball in motion. Jazz now getting elevated, and you see them kind of get it into the air and force UNCC to use up a lot of boost, and that keeps them from being able to make a push as David tries to clear it out. Jazz gets it up again. Foxes uses all of his boost to elevate enough to knock that out of the way as we're into the last 20 seconds of this game.
And it's fallen back into a rhythm again where Purdue is just monopolizing the boost and not letting UNC keep up. They're just basically playing with their food at this point, toying with them because of how fast they're able to move from side to side, back and forth. UNC just simply cannot keep up, can't match the pace because they're not getting their own resources. Purdue just starving them out of any and all boost to ultimately come away with the victory. That's just Purdue simply taking complete advantage of their opponent and not letting them have any fun. Sorry, no fun zone. We'll see you next time.
No fun zone. And that ends the run for UNCCC team. And you saw Jask with 7 shots on goal as Purdue they move forward to take on Rowan next. And that's going to be a really tough matchup, just like you said before. But before we get into that action, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have the next round of PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs Day 1. Welcome back to the PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs. This is such an incredible tournament that we're getting to call. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou. And honestly, we've seen some top gameplay from a lot of teams, but we're actually going to be going into a lower bracket as it's a double elimination tournament. Best of 5, so each of these teams have the opportunity to fight back, and this game is going to be super exciting in between Seattle University and San Diego State University, the Aztecs red. You see SDSU, the Aztecs are in blue, and Seattle U is in orange as game number 1 is underway. Again, this is the lower bracket in the West, so they're going to go on to round 5 as they're trying to fight their way back. You see Eeyore, Baby, and Lamparuni on the Aztecs, and then Osaka, Pavies, and Cash Money Elias. You gotta love Cash Money Elias. You gotta add the live, though, on Seattle.
Naturally.
30 seconds already down in this first game. And Caribou, it is extremely exciting to see which team is able to stay alive and which one goes home.
Yeah, this is the first game here for Seattle in the bottom side of the bracket after losing their best of 5 in a full 5-game set against University of Nebraska. Cornhuskers moving on up there, plus San Diego State having to get here almost off the rip. Was able to get out of the first round, but in their second round got sent down here. So they've been down here a little bit longer than they probably would like and would like to get back out of here. But Seattle, after having a good run up there as the 5 seed, is not looking to have an early exodus of today's tournament.
You see the two teams really just kind of working around in each of their zones. That ball is up, played off the wall very well by Cash Money. I absolutely love that name. That ball goes off the crossbar, and Lamparuni trying to find a way to it. Pavis hits it out to the midfield area and now chips it back. Cash Money going aerial, met quickly by Eeyore. And honestly, both of these teams playing extremely well. Great rotations so far.
Yeah, really not giving up anything for free. They're just covering the bases and not allowing the other team to have sequential offensive possessions, not really getting them. That's a dangerous opportunity right there, just coming in. But, you know, the attack misses, the shot doesn't land, and you'd be able to get away with that one. So San Diego State missing their opportunity, trying to find something in transition, but the demo is just going to shut that down. So, again, the team's just covering everything up. They're not letting anything happen, and that's why we're at the halfway point without a goal scored.
And as the Aztecs have already been fighting their way through the lower bracket, as they've really worked all the way through WWU White as well as UBC Rocket League, and they 3-0'd them to get into this round. So they're warmed up, they're ready to go. But this is a whole new ball game. Game 1, no scores with over half of the game already down. So we'll see which one is able to strike first as both teams continue to try to find some way to get boost. A boost almost seems non-existent at this moment as Eeyore finally gets a full boost. Lamparuni has full boost as well. And Baby unable to keep it in the defender zone. And now you see 2 Seattle U players go up for it. And that was a double commit, which could be dangerous for Seattle as tides can always turn. Lamparuni playing it off the wall. Beautiful centering as Cash Money playing well, playing up to his name. Gotta love it. Cash Money. Beautiful center. And Lamparuni just getting to it. You see him use the top of his car to find some sort of way. You see it. Wow. That's a demolition right in front of that boost with a minute 27 remaining. Still 0-0, Caribou.
Yeah, a couple of flip resets there, just trying to find the dribble and the juggle all the way into the attacking zone, but unfortunately just loses possession, just kind of got ahead of yourself. But, you know, with Cash Money been playing very well, the defense is playing well on both sides, and 4 minutes completely scoreless. The defense has just been impeccable to the point that their offenses have not found anything. They haven't found any good passing plays. There's been a couple of small chances, but the defense on either side is stepping up to disrupt. Finally does get one off the double touch, able to maneuver around the defense. Very good play there from Seattle.
You see the double touch played off the wall. Really, honestly, You see right there, there was an opportunity to make a save, just no reaction time on it. And finally, with 54 seconds remaining in game one, Seattle takes the lead. Now Osaka applying the pressure. Lamparuni with a magical save right there. And Cash Money goes wide, unable to complete it. And now the 2v1, 3v1 as Baby rushes it home. And now SDSU, the Aztecs are on the board as well. 41 seconds to go, all tied up in game one. Look at that rotation through as there was a little bit of an overcommit on Seattle, and they just chased that in.
Yeah, just a little bit too far forward, thinking that you're going to be able to get in a better position there at the start of that one to kick that off. But yeah, just three people have to walk it in realistically, and there's no defense, there's no boost. They're not going to be able to get back in time to even remotely challenge that. Even if you do, it's basically this scene from Independence Day where, Mr. President, we're going to pave the way, and there's no one going to touch you. That ball's going across the line.
You see Eeyore now trying to center it a little bit, immediately met with a lot of resistance as Cash Money tries to clear it out. 10 seconds remain, and are we going to see some overtime in game one? Eeyore playing it up top, almost, as Pavis gets that cleared through with 1 second remaining. Pavis with the shot on goal, but Lamparuni is there. It's still live. This goes up. Is it going to touch the ground? Eeyore keeps it alive. That's bounced off the back wall. Baby gets it, and that's going to touch the ground finally as we go into sudden death overtime. And again, sudden death. First person to score gets this game. You see that comes up. Eeyore going for the extra shot. Baby, but Pavis is there. Baby with a nice shot. Pavis doing a great job. That's all the way through in the middle. Eeyore utilizing the double jump to get that cleared out. And that's what you call really, really mindful defense, as there's a double bounce. Almost was able to capitalize on that. Eeyore trying to play it off the wall. Cash Money going up for it. Bounces it through to Pavis. That's a great shot. Goes wide, though. Lamparuni now all the way through. Osaka with the clear. And you got to love to see the plays from both teams. Both teams so warmed, so ready. Look at the aerial. Lamparuni says, no, I don't want that over there. Please get that out of my zone. Now Cash Money wants to do the same. Gets it cleared. Osaka now plays it down against the wall. That was a really good move. And then accidentally clears it out on his own side, really. Gets it all the way back to Pavis. Lamparuni now. Great center. Nowhere to go, and Baby comes sneaking in. Nobody in the goal. You saw a player go up for it right here. Cash Money tried to make a play with a backflip. Pavis can't get to it. And that right there is going to be game number one as the Aztecs take it. And you see the epic saves by Lamparuni. Those epic saves were what made the difference in this game, of course, but just the overall gameplay from both of these teams going into overtime. Honestly, well done by both teams. We'll see how they adapt into this next game.
Yeah, they did. They looked really well on both fronts, offensive and defensive, creating opportunities, trying to find these chances they can to get the shots, to get the passes, but the defense just consistently stepping up, interrupting passing lanes, bumping them off of possession, just not letting them get anything going on that side of the field. And then at that point, it's just a back and forth ping pong match to see who's going to find the first opening. Eventually it happens where Cash Money misses out on the backflip. And I'm wondering if that's like something in the comms where someone else called him off and said, hey, I got this, just try to get out of the way. So Cash Money didn't want to interfere because it looked like he was just too far out of the window anyways, that Cash Money didn't really ever have a chance. But either way, defense called out of position. They step up. They take game one, overtime, extra time.
I mean, honestly, the extra time gameplay was phenomenal, back and forth. And it wasn't until that just little tidbit finally there to give them the opportunity to take game one. And now going into game two, as we see how the corrections are going to be made, how they're going to eventually apply that pressure or rotate back and maybe play a little bit more defensively. As here we go, underway here in game two of the lower bracket.
And again, in the best of five, the lower bracket double elim, they don't want to take this. Seattle just got here. They just walked in the party, and maybe they're late to it, but they don't want to be the last ones to show up and the first ones to go home. That's the worst case scenario.
But then again, SDSU has some good momentum in that lower bracket. They've already fought back, done a great job. You kind of look at where Seattle came from and how they got here. They've really kind of went through a difficult game against Nebraska. It took them to all 5 games in Nebraska, sending them to the lower bracket, eventually taking that series 3-2. So Seattle really, like you said, they just got here, but their momentum might not be in the same effect as the Aztecs. The Aztecs coming into this game, they just 3-0'd UBC Rocket League. So they're kind of feeling themselves as Eeyore sends it home and nobody can get back in time. You see Eeyore just playing the aerial all the way through. Osaka tried to contest, can't get to it. Pavis can't get to it. And now you see the clouds go up and the Aztecs have a 1-goal lead with 3:40 remaining in this game.
Yeah, just one more little love tap over the last defender to make sure that it's in. Unfortunate, the upright does a little bit of a favor to keep that one wayward of the goal side. So being able to have that one, it took however long in the last game to finally put a goal on, and it was such a close one. And I mean, all of a sudden we got 2 back-to-back goals where this is the scoreline we had for a very long duration of game 1. And we're like a minute into this one, and we're already here.
You see Cash Money living up to his name, burying that double bounce all the way home. Played the rebound very well off the crossbar just a little bit, but he utilized the boost to stay in that vicinity to get that extra bounce back and put it home. Now tied up with 3:30 remaining in game 2. And honestly, both of these teams playing very aggressive. We've seen some demolitions. We've seen some... there's another one right in the goal as Pavis tries to dunk it almost, but unable to complete that goal. And you see just the rotations immediately back. You see Pavis has to get back. Cash Money playing the wall, bounces off of it. Baby right there, chips it right over the goal, but Osaka goes up for it, uses every bit of boost that he has. Now he has to go find some. Only 12, picks up 24, now 36. He's feeling a little bit better. Osaka utilizing the double jump as well to get that ball cleared as quick as possible.
Just a lot of back and forth here as well. Again, just kind of the ping pong match, trying to find any opening on either side, and neither one really having a glaring opening on one, but you finally do find the glaring opening where defense just caught out of rotation, a little too much of a commitment on the side. Baby getting up there, well, you're not going to recover from that at all. Lamp just trying to get back, and Eeyore trying to bump off of the back post. So you leave it to one man to try to make the save. Can't do so. Give a goal up.
Seattle now with a 1-goal lead. 2:32 remaining in this game. Osaka plays it off of the backboard. And you see Baby kind of come in with a nice little clear. Eeyore playing it back, gets it back to Lamparuni, and you think, why would you hit it back that way? It's an opportunity for him to play off of a center. And he gets the boost, and he utilizes that demolition yet again. The demos are all over the place right now as each team is utilizing it correctly. Baby continually rotates back, and that's a good rotation by Baby. Mostly been playing back for the Aztecs, but we'll see how exactly they utilize the rotation here. Osaka now lets it go. Might have been a goal if it hadn't touched off the tire, but keeps it in the zone with 1:49 remaining in game number 2. Seattle has the lead. You see each teammate rotating through, trying to find some boost. Eeyore, and now the Aztecs with almost everybody with full boost. Can they make a push right here with 1:30 remaining? You see Baby try to get it, but Osaka comes through and is able to clip it forward. And now Baby plays it off the wall. Is he going to be able to keep it in? No. Lamparuni goes up for it. That goes into the offensive zone for them. Baby, that's a clean chip, but Cash Money says, I don't want it there. Let's clear it out. Lamparuni, a lot more control. Pavis now. That goes into their zone, the attacker side zone, and makes it a little bit of a breathing room to be able to get some boost. Now Osaka and Cash Money with some boost to play with as 1 minute remaining, and both of these teams are just going at it left and right, shot for shot, trying to find some way to put the next goal on the board. Seattle wants to take this game and make it a best of 3 instead of a best of 5.
And the way that it's going is exactly how you described, just shot for shot, back and forth. They're not giving an inch on either side, either way. And there's been a couple opportunities for both teams, but the fact, Seattle's still here with this 2-1 lead, was able to capitalize a couple times. Eeyore right now, though, is playing his heart out on the defensive front, has had so many good saves coming left to right and right to left, and then getting the clearances out to try to give San Diego State a rebound opportunity in transition. And finally, because of a demo, they get just that.
You see the late demo with 5 seconds remaining in the game ties it up 2-2, which means it will go down into probably just a couple seconds to go. We'll see if they're able to get it up in the air and carry it all the way through.
One time.
We'll see Osaka keeping it in the air. Eeyore pops it up. Now Baby going up for it. Deflects it in off the top crossbar. Can't complete it. That was an impressive opportunity. And now our second game into our second overtime. Again, both teams very familiar with this. They want to find some way, shape, or form to stay alive. Again, Seattle has to get this game in order to push it into a best of three. They're down by 1 already in the series, and the Aztecs bury it and take game 2 in overtime. And that right there was honestly just a really good heads-up play. You see Baby just beat out Osaka right there with 24 seconds into extra time, and they take game 2, and that will give them an opportunity to play extremely well in this third game. The momentum is in their favor. They feel it. It was a hard-fought game, but now all they need is one more to move on. And Seattle, they've got to find a way to counterbalance this and finish some of their goal opportunities.
Yeah, and the fact, they're here in as a 5 seed, and they just lost a best of 5 to Nebraska, who's still up on the top side. Exactly the point you say, Seattle potentially kind of lost their mojo, just lost that rhythm, and coming down here to the losers bracket in a position now where they're scrambling to find that. And now with backs against the wall, down 2-0 in a series, the panic is even more, should be and would be more apparent, because okay, this is potentially the end all be all. We have to find the answer here and now. The fact they've at least kept it close in the first couple of games, a 1-goal disparity between both of them is a positive note out of this, but the fact that they keep coming out on the losing side is just that much more demoralizing.
They just got to clutch it up, and now we're into game 3, and really Seattle on the brink of being eliminated. They've got to find some form of cohesion with the two of Cash Money and Osaka and Pavis. The 3 of them, as you see, Osaka had to get back quickly, almost had no boost immediately, and then is able to clear it out. You see the attack of the Aztecs, and really you can kind of feel that they just really feel comfortable now playing from this lower bracket. They've already worked their way so hard through everything. You see Eeyore just easy control. Baby playing the goal, now clears that out. Cash Money has to find a way to clear it. And Eeyore overshot that one just a tiny bit. 30 seconds down in game 3. Osaka plays it off the wall. You're going to see these teams kind of bounce it back and forth. And it's been a really, really good match. However, the Aztecs have come out on top both overtime opportunities.
Yeah, and that's great for both your own self-confidence and your own momentum, in the sense that, okay, well, you can keep things at least even. If not, you can come back from a 1-0 deficit or a 1-goal deficit. And if you go to extra time, then SDSU already has the understanding, we can win in extra time. And we're just as capable of winning in regular time as well. But the fact they haven't been able to do so, things are a little slower. This is a phenomenal matchup between 2 great teams that could go either way at the end of the day. And that's why these games are so close, and that's why it takes them so long to find these openings, because they're just so well contested.
You see, the gameplay is still just neck and neck with 3:25 remaining in game 3. Again, the Aztecs have that 2-0 series lead, looking to put it away and take this best of 5 against Seattle U. You see, Cash Money Elias, they call him CME, or Elias, working his way along the boards, trying to find a way to get a shot on goal. As he clears it all the way through, is he able to get it to it? No, he doesn't have to. Osaka was able to push the entire field. Look at this shot all the way through. Baby, all three of them were honestly there. Baby just couldn't quite get to it. And now the Seattle, they're on the board. They just have to hold it. They've been able to get here before. They've had the lead. They just have to hold it. As Pavis with the shot. And now CME makes his name known and says, look, I'm on the board again, as they take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, just able to get to that kickoff first and then follow it off. Pavis didn't get the double touch, but the teammates on the follow, recognizing defense not there. That's why those opening 10 seconds are so hard to play around, because regardless of which direction it goes, both teams have to be cognizant that that could be a very quick attack with no one getting boost, no one getting in position. You have to be aware at all times that you don't want to give up a freebie like that.
Exactly. With 2:35 remaining, Baby almost was able to trickle that one in. But again, the defense of Seattle, the rotations, you see all the boost on Lamparuni and Baby as they are trying to find some way. As CME comes flying in, tries to center it up. Eeyore says, no, please, no. As Pavis centers it to Osaka, that goes wide. And Elias dishes it down into the corner and kind of just rotates back, picks up a little bit of boost. And you got to love the mindset. We have a 2-goal lead. Let's not overextend ourselves. We need this game. We got to push it to the next one. We're down by 2 in this series. Now Osaka, that goes high. But Pavis is right there. That goes low. And Lamparuni is there to deflect that and clear it out. Baby tries to get to it, but no. Again, Elias doing a really good job communicating with his teammates, who's going to play back, who's going to get the boost, and where it needs to go, as CME gets it off the wall, plays it all the way from the ceiling, gets it centered to Pavis. That bounces through, and Lamparuni has to find some way to play a one-man defense right now, as Baby and Eeyore were nowhere in sight.
They're doing a great job. I mean, Eeyore's done phenomenal earlier on and in the last couple of games to find ways to have a solid defense, to translate that into a solid attack on the offensive side. But with Lamp doing that here, I mean, you have to find some sort of outlet, some sort of relief valve for the SDSU to try to get the attacks on. I mean, they've had boost advantage a couple of times, but they just have not been able to do anything with that. They just kind of caught down here in the defensive zone and haven't been able to play the same way they were in games 1 and game 2. Seattle just kind of taking control of this one.
Yeah, with 45 seconds remaining, Seattle with a 2-goal lead, looking to push it to game 4 in this best of 5 series. That was a beautiful pass by CME over to Pavis. Pavis couldn't complete the goal as that was blocked by Lamparuni. You see 2 players now for the Aztecs playing in goal, Baby and Lamparuni. Everybody's trying to make sure that they have an opportunity to come back. Again, it's Rocket League. All you need is a second or two.
Yeah, it just real quick, one time, if they get a shot here, I mean, you need like 4 seconds ideally on this, but unfortunately with the clock ticking, they didn't get that opening one. They didn't get their first goal, so a 2-0 scoreline probably with the chip over the top, and they don't really have a lot of boost to play off of this, and the ball's going the wrong direction anyways. So Seattle's going to take one back and keep themselves alive in this. So that's a good answer in the sense where we're talking like Seattle is kind of losing their momentum, just got to have to find it back and get their flow going again. But on the other side, you know, now SDSU, after taking that, okay, well, we still have series point. We're still there. We're right there on the edge. We just got to do it one more time. Just got to clean things up and make sure that they keep a level head.
Yeah, that match point game is kind of nice to have in your back pocket, being ahead by 2 games. You saw Pavis there had 4 shots on goal. That really kind of drove that last game and that 2-0 victory. So Seattle stays alive. Game 4 just about to be underway. And this is kind of what we expect, but between some of these teams that have experienced this high level of gameplay. And you look at Seattle, I mean, they're up there. They're a 5 seed. They're supposed to be one of the teams that's able to control their mentality of play. They're supposed to be able to control the possession and boost. And I could see them coming back and taking this game as well. But we will see as game 4 is now underway and it's 0-0 with just 10 seconds into the game.
And I think that's kind of a thing that really helped them out in the last game, being able to get that opening goal just almost immediately. Like that really just sets the pace, sets the tone for this series. And if Seattle's able to do that and capitalize again and put themselves in a position where SDSU is playing from behind, not just a 1-goal deficit, because we've seen SDSU can handle a 1-0, a 2-1. But you have to get to that point where, okay, not only do you have the 1-0 lead, but you have the momentum built up. You have the pacing at your own control. And Seattle, I mean, they're looking to do it. They're trying to pressure again and keep them in the back zone. They've got the boost that they need to, but they just have not been able to get that one early on.
You see Lamparuni really playing back often, finally comes all the way forward. Now CME moving forward along with Osaka. CME all the way into the goal. Pavis can't keep it in the zone, but CME comes back to it. Lamparuni now, that's a floater as Lamparuni follows it up, and wow, what an aerial block by Osaka, using almost all of the boost to control it. Now Pavis and Baby going at it right in front of the Aztecs goal. See, with a beautiful just aerial view of how they're able to control it, and that one just kind of trickles in. I'm not sure exactly. We see on the replay as Eeyore chips it up, now goes for it, and Eeyore just barely glances it to the side. You see him throw up the cloud hearts, and you gotta love it as the Aztecs now have a 1-goal lead, and they're one step closer to moving on to the next round.
Yeah, and just being able to win out on that 50 and having that sort of ball just roll in favor where Seattle's defense cannot react quickly enough, probably just not even expecting that to be on target anyways. And the way that it goes, for SDSU to build this up, now all of a sudden you got to wonder, is momentum on their side? How well is Seattle going to be able to play being down a goal with backs against the wall in the series? They're right back answering on the offensive side. It was a great opportunity, a great setup. Unlucky they couldn't finish.
You see Lamparuni coming in and Pavis playing it off the wall. You see the redirect, just kind of great game sense and understanding as now almost all 3 of them were up. And now Lamparuni comes through and Pavis out of nowhere is able to kind of swoop in from underneath and jab it free. And now Eeyore has to find a way to clip it. There was a little bit of a miscommunication. I thought Baby was going to come get that, but instead it's switched back into the offensive zone of the Aztecs, and CME really kind of playing with it. You see Osaka with a little touch on it, and now Elias comes through, puts it in to the upper right. You see this beautiful floater, just a touch on it to add a little bit of airtime to give Elias time to get that goal. Now we're all tied up with 2:16 to go.
Yeah, SDSU with possession the first time around, they had a decent amount of boost, and then frankly recognizing, okay, nobody has any boost, so a full reset all the way back to the defensive zone. And then at that point, you get one more back boost, but there's not enough to go around, and Seattle's able to put together an attack very quickly and not let SDSU get themselves back on their feet and back even in boost. So good awareness for Seattle to take advantage of a moment of weakness from San Diego.
See, 1:46 remaining in this game 4. The Aztecs lead this series, this best of 5, 2-1, and you see that demolition in the goal, and they almost had an opportunity to clear it out, but Pavis said, I don't want you there to disrupt us. We're going to play defense well for the next 90 seconds. We're going to find a way to punch one in right here, possibly. Instead, it goes the other way. Eeyore clears it all the way out. Osaka has to chase it down, play it off the wall. A really good redirect right there, and is controlling it in the air. Elias clips it over, and now Pavis has to clear it out. That's a great floater up. Lamparuni able to clear it out. That's a possible goal that he just saved. Now Baby, great dribbling all the way in, and Baby, the control splits a couple defenders. You see him kind of grab this right at the top, utilizes the boost, but controls it all the way through. Osaka can't get to it. And that was a beautiful goal. And the Aztecs have a 1-goal lead with just 60 seconds remaining in this game.
And they put themselves right where they want to be able to try to hold on to this. But we know how fast either one of these teams can answer back. And it doesn't take much, especially in Rocket League, where the way these two teams have played against each other in this series already. Granted, it is the 2-1 to San Diego, but it's been such a tight series. Seattle absolutely could sneak one away here in the closing seconds.
It just depends. You see Elias with about half boost. That goes off the ceiling. And Lamperooney playing the aerial almost dunks it home. Watch this. He goes high for that. Gets it off the ceiling and splashes home.
Osaka just looked like it was a minor moment of what do I do? Do I stop and try to turn around and try to backflip, or do I try to go for a squishy? But recognizing it's too little too late for the squishy, just already halfway committed to it. Little moment of indecisiveness, unfortunately, would leave that one open.
Now with just 15 seconds remaining, the Aztecs a 2-goal lead. They can feel it. They want to be moving on in this lower bracket. And this is tough as Seattle just gets here as a big upset, to be honest. The number 18 seed SDSU Aztecs take on the victory and move on and send Seattle home. Goodbye, Seattle. I'm sorry. You did a great job. And honestly, I had a lot of fun watching you. A lot of talent, and hopefully we'll see you back, but not this time.
Yeah, and that's a heartbreaking situation there for Seattle because the fact, well, like, they just lost to Nebraska, and now they just lost again. So it's like, well, we were doing so well. What happened? Like 0 to 100 real quick, and then they're just going home. But yeah, SDSU looking really good in that one to be able to step up and be able to close it out and move on.
Yeah, we're actually going to head into the next match, which is going to be a really exciting matchup between Sioux and Northeastern. The game is 0-0, but it's 0-2 in the series in favor of Sioux. And so you see Sioux is in the gray, Northeastern in the brown. You see Frazier, Peebs, and Synthex for Northeastern with 53 seconds. This is a close match as Sioux is trying to get this victory. This is the East lower. So both of these teams have already experienced some losses, and they're trying to fight their way back into the game. And you want to see it. You want to see each of these teams really find a little bit of a groove and get an opportunity as Synthex for Northeastern powers it home.
Yeah, a couple of demolitions, a couple of bumps out of the way just to get the defense gone. And where'd the defense go? It's like, well, wait for it, respawn. That's where they went. There's no chance whatsoever. Good opportunity created by Northeastern's offense to get this one back and try to close this and keep themselves in this series. As you said, they're already down 2-0.
There's a big demolition in the middle. There's Duck. You got to love the name Cappy and Extra for Sioux. Hanging in there, trying to find a way to fight their way back. With 10 seconds to go, Northeastern, that goal was very, very big. The final few seconds tick off. And now, there you go. Northeastern coming back, finding a way to keep this alive. Look at that. 8 demolitions for Frazier as we joined kind of midway through that game. But 8 demolitions tells me that this is a very physical matchup between these two teams. And of course, Sioux is finding ways to continually stay alive. That was a very, very close game coming down to the wire. Northeastern just barely getting that. And now we can go into this next game, game 4, as Sioux wants to put it home and move on to the next round.
Yeah, Northeastern getting here through a couple of games already in the lower side of the bracket, but Sioux just got sent down here by University of Michigan. So same as the last one, seeing a team that just got to the bottom side of the bracket, wants to get out, wants to try to continue their run, and being up 2-0, now make it 2-1. They're sitting themselves in a good position to try and continue their successes. But the way that it's gone, I mean, with 8 demos, it's an explosive matchup. It's a close series. I don't know. It can go either way.
It definitely can. And when you look at the kind of the matchups between these two schools. And the teams that are playing each of these, look at this. There's full boost for Northeastern. I mean, everybody just utilized full boost right there. Synthex, Frazier, and Peebs as extra is able to kind of knock it free. And Peebs, that was almost a bounce back in the favor of Sioux, but instead they got it back just in time. And now Cappy trying to make something out of it, plays it along the backboards, just kind of clips it a little bit. You see Peebs playing really, really good defense. And now Synthex moving forward, and Duck going aerial. Nice little flip. Control just wide. Unable to complete the goal. Extra chips it into the corner. And now with 3:30 remaining in this game, a little floater. Peebs is able to knock that free. No problem there. A lot of control, a lot of handling, and honestly, just communication and rotations. Watch how quickly these teams are rotating each. You see Extra already in goal. Duck already in goal. Extra comes out. Duck is there. A lot of great communication between these two teams as that goes right in and is centered, but Extra chips it out. 3 minutes to go. There's a big demolition. And I'm looking at the leaderboard here on the lower, and whoever wins this game is going up against the number 1 seed, Winthrop. And Winthrop, they just took down JMU, which we saw earlier, 3-0. JMU was an adequate team, but that's going to be a difficult one. So whoever moves on is only going to have a bigger and better matchup this next game and this next round.
Yeah, it's almost the same point of, looking at where we were with A&M earlier. Like, congrats, now you got to play the number 1 Mizzou team. But, Winthrop getting bounced in round number 1 to the bottom seed and sent here, they've made the gauntlet run, and they've 3-0'd every series except for the first one, and it was a 3-1. So Winthrop is absolutely in top form right now, and whichever team out of these two advances is going to have to be able to match that.
Of course, Winthrop has done a really good job in bouncing back, but we're going to see that right there, Extra. That little floater was beautiful as we get back to Sioux. And watch this. He just kind of utilizes the boost, but doesn't really touch it again. He just kind of let it fall, and I think Frazier anticipated a little bit more power on it. Maybe?
It might have looked like even a little bit of a boost there, unless that was just or a little bit of a bump there, unless that was the explosion that knocked Frazier to the side. But either way, Extra just coming in over top, just slow and steady, won the race, got the shot on, got the goal, and in the closing time, as we've seen just how crucial a single goal can be in the last game, that might be all they need.
1:30 remaining in this game. Sioux has the 1-goal lead. They are leading this best of 5 series in the lower bracket 2-1. So they're trying to keep their dreams alive and crush the dreams of Northwestern. Sadly, there's just no other way to put it. At this point, this is the game that matters for Northeastern. They have to get on the board. You see Frazier, Synthex, and Peebs all pushing for it, trying to get full boost. Synthex has to go back. You see the rotations as Peebs gets back into the center area. And Cappy with a little floater. Can Frazier get it? Yes, he does. Now he's got to move it along the banks. Extra goes up for it and keeps it in the attacking zone. And again, this is all about possession and timing.
Yeah, and the fact that you see Sioux still on this side of the field, still applying this pressure. But on the other side, Northeastern has a lot of boost, and he's trying to find something to go the other way, but they're utilizing all of that boost to get down to this end of the field. So by the time they get there, they don't have anything left in the tank to be able to answer back. But now here with the midfield boost respawning, there is another opportunity if they can take advantage of this before Sioux gets the back boost. But Sioux does, and the opportunity falls through.
Now Peebs following it all the way down, and Cappy's there as well to get the goal with 12 seconds remaining, and now with the 2-goal lead. That is an impressive chase down as Peebs and Frazier was there, but Cappy said, I just need to touch it, and does. And now with the 2-goal lead, they can all but taste this victory and move on to the next round. You see the big demolition midfield. Duck has control of it right there. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to try too hard here. Just keep it down as the last few seconds, and that right on the edge as Sioux moves on to pay play against Winthrop. Again, that's a number 1 seed that they're going to be playing next, which is going to be an insane matchup. Oh my gosh. Like, how do you win a game like that and then have to recognize that you're going to go against the next team, which is going to be really exciting. I think we're going to cover that when we come back. We're actually going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more PlayVS 2021 College Championship Rocket League playoffs right after this.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Welcome back to the PlayVS 2021 College Championship playoffs. As we're in the lower bracket round 6, this is going to be the matchup of the day, I think, between the number 1 seed Winthrop that got beat in the first round. They got knocked down to the lower bracket against the Sioux College. And honestly, they just had a really, really tough matchup, but they were able to get the victory and come through and against Northeastern. And now they've got to play the number 1 seed to stay alive. This is a winner take all type of situation to move on to the next round with a best of 5 series. Who's going to come out on top?
And it's going to be very difficult here for Sioux, who just had a very tight series against Northeastern. And frankly, it's just not going to get any easier. And unfortunate for them, they have to play against a team as good as Winthrop. And what Winthrop's done in their, not only just in Rocket League, but in esports in general, like it is a very solid program, top to bottom, front to back, regardless of the title that they have. I mean, their collegiate League of Legends team just qualified for top 8. That's going to make the official Riot broadcast on the college LOL side. So there's something in the water at Winthrop that makes their esports programs good. And Sioux's going to have their hands full.
Yeah, they are. And as we are about to get into game number 1, you think about the matchups and how these two teams are going to kind of play off of each other to stay alive. But not only that, they move into that next round, which will be tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on PlayVS. And it's going to be a blast to see day 2 of this 2021 college championship playoffs play out. We'll see which teams are able to stay alive and which games are going to push those teams. I'm looking at USF White is still in, University of Delaware, Michigan, University of Michigan Esports, and King University. They're all in the East and they're all ready to go. I mean, these are some of the teams that we're going to see. UMN Gold is already punched their ticket to the next. SU, of course, we just saw them, the Aztecs. They played extremely well and pushed forward. So this is going to be a really good matchup, and I'm really excited to see as game number 1 is underway right now.
And I'm very excited to see what's going to happen out of game number 1, because as you said, the East side, the numbers don't really matter. The seed's out the window. The West at least makes a little more sense, but here we are with the 1 seed down in the bottom side of the bracket, fighting to stay in this one, and this is their last stand here in the last portion of the day.
You see Winthrop in the gray, Sioux in the brown. You've got Cappy, Extra, and Duck with the little frowny face. I kind of like that. That's a little tidbit that makes it a little bit extra special, as 20 seconds has already gone by in this round 6 of the lower bracket for Winthrop. You got JK Foshizzle and T Corell along with Hound, and they're all playing extremely well in the last few games, as T Corell already on the board for Winthrop. And that is exactly how you want to start. A goal within the first minute of game 1.
A very tough angle from there as well, just to be able to get that. And it's just the edge of the bumper, able to push that one in. And I like here the difference on the teams. We've seen a lot of teams today using the triple octane, using a 2 octane and a Fennec. I mean, there's just a lot of people using the same things, but now both of these teams using a handful of different vehicles. It's not all one. They have multiple people wearing their own individual specialty hats. It's not just a jack of all trades. And Winthrop right now with an early 2-0 lead, it just shows what Sioux's going to be in for. This is not going to be an easy matchup.
This is not going to be an easy matchup at all. You see, honestly, even on kickoff, as Extra and Duck have to go up for it, the control right there on kickoff, you saw 2 of Winthrop's players automatically get full boost. Right now, Hound and T. Corell with a lot of boost to work with. JK Foshizzle rotating around, maintaining his, basically his placements of where he needs to be on the field. I actually really, really like the way that they're playing, as there's another big demolition, and T. Corell moves forward, playing very patiently, and now Hound chips it back in. That was really close to be deflected, but JK Foshizzle moves out of the way. We see just the motivation between these two teams to stay alive in this massive, massive tournament. Look at that, as both teams are going for that ball right in front of the goal, and it's finally knocked out. 3:14 remaining, as that ball just bounces high. Hound almost got the bank shot, and now Hound with the control right outside, very, very patient, gets bumped by his own teammate and has to kind of retreat back, gets full boost and into position, as that is a beautiful shot and cleared. 2 minutes already gone by, and honestly, Caribou, this is a fast-paced game.
Yeah, Winthrop really is just completely controlling the pacing of this one, and they're making it go extremely fast, and they're keeping it out of the hands of Sioux. They're being able to control a lot of the boost and hold it from one side to the next. They're going to get the defense out of the way. T's going to be able to finish that one after Hound carries it in and gets the lone defender of Cappy to bite on there. Duck and Extra both swing and a miss coming across. So that's just an open, easy one. Winthrop is in control right now, regardless of the fact that they went with like a minute and a half without scoring at all. But now with the 3-0 lead here, Winthrop just has to continue to maintain, play the clock, whatever they need to do.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if Winthrop decided to put a little bit more pressure on him to see what exactly Sioux would be capable of in desperation mode. Just in case they're able to easily take this game or not easily take this game, they still have to beat them 2 more times as Extra now comes in quick and is able to get the bank. And that puts Sioux on the board right here. You see Extra gets his own shot. Hound can't get to it. Foshizzle can't get to it. And now we see a little bit closer game with 2 minutes remaining in game number 1. Best of 5. Again, Sioux finding ways to stay alive in this lower bracket.
And that's another one of those that's just really hard to read. Phenomenal save there by Duck. I mean, T just riding the ceiling to get that shot on. But the goal by Extra, it's just bouncing off the corner of the ceiling. It's a hard to read as to where it's going to go and end up. Extra just ends up in the right place, and the dominance just so low to the ground, such a low profile, it's easy to control. But Winthrop, I mean, as soon as they give one up, you know, the amount of pressure they've had, they're not going to slow down anytime soon.
You see the rotations and then Hound coming all the way from midfield, getting aerial, but not too high, not using so much boost that he can't control where he's going, and knocks that one home for a 4-1 lead with 1:46 remaining in game number 1.
And Winthrop, just the way that they're playing in this, and I think I, to a point, would agree with what you'd said. You know, I'd love to see Winthrop really press the envelope here and create a little more pressure to really kind of send that message to Sioux. You know, if that's the way they're going to go, and say that they won't be taken lightly, they can't be taken lightly. You know, even with the 4-1 lead here, it's about sending a message like Winthrop as the 1 seed theoretically should not be here, but they find themselves after the round 1 loss, but they, in convincing fashion, have made it to this point in the bottom side of the bracket, and they're playing like they want to make it out without any question marks, without any slip-ups whatsoever.
You see T. Corral with just excellent control, along with Foshizzle and Hound, all moving as one unit. Under a minute to go, you see Hound trying to get that cleared. Cappy comes up, bounces it back into the corner, but Foshizzle says, no, we need to get that out. Extra with a little bit of a shot. That got through, and can they get it complete? Yes, Cappy comes in, and that's a beautiful, beautiful shot on goal. And you got to appreciate Cappy's patience right there.
Yeah, just sitting home and playing discipline and just waiting for the ball to be in a good position to take advantage at the right time. It's still down a couple of goals to clock ticking, but, you know, where we're at with 40 seconds, it's down but not out. If they keep the pressure up on the other side, they show that Sioux really has a fighting chance in this series.
30 seconds remaining. You see T. Corral coming in, trying to get that extra shot on goal, possibly bury it home. Foshizzle comes up, gets the full boost as well. You see them utilize that double jump, kind of uses it as a side jump, and Hound now playing off the wall. Look at the patience. Almost a fake out from Extra. Extra was waiting for it to come through. The final few seconds, all they have to do is get it to touch the ground or knock one more in, and that'll do it. Here in game 1, Winthrop wins a very, very strong effort from them. You see 3 demolitions from Foshizzle, and honestly, you see how they play. They're playing like a 1 seed, taking game number 1 over Sioux.
Yeah, and with the offensive pressure, the shot advantage that they create, you know, it's like I said earlier, you throw enough darts at the dartboard, eventually one's going to hit, they're going to go in. You know, even giving up a couple of goals on the backside, they're still able to be okay with that to an extent because of the sense that they've already built up this lead. It's not too concerning until it gets to the point of, okay, you're doing it a little too frequently. because you're going to eventually come up against a team that if you do allow those slip-ups and mistakes to continue to happen, then it will become a problem. So Winthrop can't be complacent, whether it be now, whether it be in a couple of matches now, whether they make the grand finals at the end of the day tomorrow. I mean, it's a thing you got to make sure you kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on as we are into game 2. Winthrop looking to apply pressure early. Sue trying to answer the amazing talent and the speed of Foshizzle, Hound, and T. Carell. Honestly, T. Carell had, I think, 6 shots on goal that game just by himself. Hound, I know, had about 6 or 7 as well right in those last 30, 40 seconds. You see just the pressure. Hound going aerial with that. Extra having to come in and apply pressure. Carell, a lot of patience. Foshizzle chips it forward. Extra bounces it right back up. Duck now has to go aerial for this to keep it moving out of their zone. Hound coming out of nowhere, and T. Carell with an angelic, heavenly save right there. 4:20 remaining in game 2. And T. Carell says that was a little close for comfort.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. And that's one of those things. It's, a level of complacency potentially would kick in and think that you have the overconfidence that you can handle this easily. But as we said, time and time, the farther you get into the tournament, the closer these matches are going to be, the harder the competition is. And just recognizing that, there is an opportunity here. Sue there with a great one, but just a better save from T. And since that shot, this ball has not left the offensive zone from Winthrop. Like, they've continued to keep this on and put the pressure on.
Duck trying to get it cleared out, but T. Carell just too quick with it. You see how Hound and Carell and now Foshizzle looking for the double bounce off of it. No way. They have to rotate out. You see T. Carell and Hound go all the way back. Now they pick up some boost. Picks it up in the mid area as Hound aerials it all the way clear to the open side. I don't know if you noticed that, but there was nobody in that zone. So he knew he could clear it out there and give his teammates time to get some boost and get to it. And that's just honestly the team synergy right now of Winthrop playing extremely well and exactly like a 1 seed.
Yeah, and even in the sense of looking at where the scoreboard says, it's still goose eggs on both sides, but the amount of pressure that they've been able to apply has been significant and something that Sue has finally been able to get out of and try to find something the other way. It was almost a really good flip reset play on the attack, but just couldn't finish it off. But now the problem is, you see full boost bars on the bottom right, and they're on the attack once again.
You see the redirect by Carell almost goes in. Hound now playing it off the side. Foshizzle has to get back. No boost for him, though. And now T. Carell with 100% boost gets it onto the wall and is able to continue with that. Almost made an amazing play. You see Foshizzle go up, and there's another demolition, and I think we're going to see a lot more, possibly some physical play from Sue as they need to create some form of space. So gather up some of the boost and take it home.
And T is just absolutely a menace right now in front of the goal. We know the offensive prowess that T's got, but just able to have these saves right now to keep this at 0. Sue's had a couple of really solid opportunities. Duck trying to make another one with the squishy coming from T. Just in the goal right now. Winthrop has done phenomenally well on the defensive side, but you know that they don't want to be there. They'd much rather be on the other side, creating opportunities, trying to get a goal on and break this tie.
You see the communication where they're able to track exactly where it is, as that should be a goal off the post. Duck misses the rebound. Now Hound trying to control it and move it into midfield. Extra chips it to the side. That banks off. Extra with a shot, but T. Carell already rotated back with 1:20 remaining in this game number 2. Winthrop leads this series 1-0, and that was dangerous as Hound couldn't get to it. Foshizzle now has to clear it out. Extra with it in their zone. Now Foshizzle all the way down. Oh my gosh, across the field, and nobody is able to get back. Not enough boost for Duck. You see him come flying in. That was Cappy. 0 boost on his side. Excuse me, as Winthrop leads 1-0 with 1:05 to go in game 2.
And phenomenal effort right there to finally get the clear. Sue they tasted it. They were right there on the edge. They had the tees, and all they needed was just that one extra and a little bit of greed to try to take the back boost from Winthrop and try to keep the ball in the zone and keep themselves on the attack was the difference maker that opened up the door for Winthrop. It's a small opportunity, but they do the same thing on the other side. Winthrop just a little bit too much on the other side, and Duck just takes this one end to end after Hound misses.
And honestly, you got to give credit to Duck. He powered that into Hound before Hound could lift his front end up to possibly deflect it otherwise. And I don't know if he did that on purpose, but either way, that goes in. And with 33 seconds remaining in this game, it's a tie game. And now T. Carell with some fancy movement, Hound and Foshizzle all up near midfield. Duck bounces it through. Foshizzle now, they're attacking by Winthrop and Duck. Can he get to it? No, Foshizzle kicks it into the corner. 15 seconds remaining. Something has to give for one of these teams right here. Extra says, no, I don't want you to do that. Now, right in front of the goal with a demolition. Cappy right there. Hound centers it up. That's going to touch just maybe. There it is. And now we go into overtime. You see it kind of roll around on the edge. Sudden death overtime. Sue trying to stay alive, even things out. Hound going all the way up aerial. And you know what? Nothing can stop him the way that he's playing. And Winthrop is finding ways to really just put the attack on.
And they've done very well to get to that end of the field, but the stat sheet just says otherwise, where it seems, they're getting outshot by Sioux, which is surprising to look at because of how much time Winthrop spent on that side of the field, and they just have not been able to get those clean looks, those accurate shots that they really want. And now that here we are in extra time, they're only up a game, but they can't overcommit, and this goes for both sides. You can't overcommit, you can't give up anything for free on the side. You have to at least be disciplined enough to know when it's a lost cause on the attack and reset.
As that goes just over the board, hits the backboard. Now you see him go back and forth. We're into a minute of extra time. Both teams fighting for this game 2. And honestly, this is exactly what Championship Rocket League looks like.
And this is not the championship game. This is the lower bracket in round 6. Like, these teams, as good as they are, unfortunately, one of them is going to find the end of the tournament right here in this series. And the way that they're playing just goes to comment on how well the rest of the field that's still in the mix is.
Shizzle with a beautiful center. Cappy now tries to hit it out. Hound was able to read that very well. Duck is still there. T. Carell, a little floater right in front of the goal, but Duck says, no, I don't want that there. Please get it out of here. T. Carell rotates back, gets the full 100 boost, passes it all the way through, and now Shizzle with a little bit of momentum plays it off the wall and ceiling, but is unable to keep the boost up. Instead, gets a demolition. Hound centering it just a bit wide. Shizzle in the corner. Cappy tries to clear it out. T. Carell plays it off the wall. Again, great anticipation by these teams. We're into 2 minutes of extra play. Hound gets a nice center, but Duck is able to grab it as it lands. T. Carell floats it forward, plays it off the wall. Extra has to go up for that one. Again, you see the anticipation, just the reading where it's going to be. Honestly, Caribou, that is just an impressive game sense from these players.
Yeah, and they're playing lights out on both ends. I mean, T, Fashizzle, and Hound are all doing so well on this side, but Duck and Extra are just not letting anything come through. Cappy with the save that time, but finally, the tension breaks. They get the goal to go ahead. Winthrop up 2-0 in the series now in this one after 3 opportunities, the shots on. And it's only a matter of time with that much pressure that Winthrop was putting on. And they had more shots in overtime than they did in regular time. But either way, they still come away with the win. And how good both of those teams were playing in that situation. Like, that's an amazing answer back from Sue. The difference between game 1 and game 2 is almost reminiscent to where we started the day between Texas A&M and Iowa State, where game 1, pretty favored to A&M, favored to Winthrop. This time, flip a coin.
Honestly, though, you look at T. Carell and the 6 shots on goal. I think probably 5 of those were in that extra time area. I mean, just the pressure that was made, but also you look at the rotates and how well that they're able to utilize boost to get a shot on goal, but then back up and play defense. I mean, that's not one of those things that you can just do if you don't have boost or you're not able to communicate. And the way that these teams are playing, both of them, Sue is doing the exact same thing, and that's why we went so far into extra time as game 2 goes to Winthrop. And now Winthrop 1 game away from moving on and having the opportunity to play for a championship tomorrow. But Sue, they've got to find something. They've got to complete those extra opportunities. We've seen a couple shots go wide. We've seen a couple passes maybe not connect. And that's going to be something that's going to be really exciting to see in this next game.
Yeah, it's just a game of inches, and who's going to be able to step up and recognize those windows of opportunity. Because the moral to the story, the theme we've had all day, is the fact that there are small mistakes that are going to happen, and that's where teams are going to have to step up, because it's not going to be very often, but you're going to have to find them, and you're going to have to exploit those mistakes.
Right off the bat, and that's what Sue needed to do with 6 seconds into game 3, coming out and saying, we are not going quietly into the night. And Duck puts it on the board, 1-0, says, I'm here to stay.
There's a lot of college students that might not understand that reference, but I did, and I appreciate that one significantly. Thank you for that. You just made my day.
Well, I'm glad I could. And these players are trying to make each other's day by moving on to day 2 of the PlayVS 2021 Rocket League College Championship Playoffs. It's going to be a really, really great day as Sue, trying to stay alive, Extra is able to kind of bounce that out. You see how patiently they play, and T. Carell has just been so lights out for Winthrop.
Yeah, and it was the whole of the last game as well. I mean, just coming out of this, T, a player for the Sonics in the RLCS. I mean, it makes sense. You have such a good individual player, and it's part of the thing that's going on at Winthrop. I mean, it's not just their Rocket League team, but across the board, they have so good and so much talent for all of their teams. And to be able to have someone that is an RLCS player just to come in like this on your starting roster, yeah, it makes sense. You're a 1 seed. It all comes together.
Yeah, you just see the way that he plays. You can tell he is definitely pushing this team, leading this team, and communicating with this. But that is not to diminish the light of Hound and Foshizzle. They're playing extremely well alongside of him. And now we look at how well Cappy and Extra and Duck are playing. You see the rotations, you see the full boost by Sue right now. They do not want to lose this game and end up being eliminated. Duck with a beautiful save there. Cappy now trying to move it forward. They're honestly doing so well with maintaining the pressure on Winthrop that Winthrop was able to maintain on them the first 2 games.
And massive credit right there to Winthrop to be able to recover from that. I mean, T was trying to get a bump on the other side to let them get that equalizing goal, but then completely missed, ended up in the net, and had to come all the way back to even the numbers back up, so it wasn't a 2-on-1. But on the other side, Duck just takes it right back. I mean, you give credit to all of these players. All 3 of them on Sue right now are playing out of their minds. And exactly like I said, in their last series against Northeastern, this is a team facing off against arguably one of the best teams in this entire bracket on either region, and they would have to play at the top of their game to be able to keep up with this, and they are.
You see Duck just absolutely demolishing the scoreboard. Almost halfway through this game number 3, Duck says, I will put the team on my back if I have to, but I appreciate every bit of help, Cappy, and I appreciate you, Extra, maintaining the rotations to give me the opportunities to make those type of plays. Duck going back, going up for it, bounces it off the wall. That gives Cappy an opportunity to go for it, but you see the control by T. Carell. I mean, just the way that he is able to move is insane. It's just beautiful to see how well these players have adapted their skills to this competition.
And the fact that they've been able to do so, it just shows how capable this team really is. And now, finding them up 2 goals where Winthrop hasn't really been able to find anything. I mean, they've done their due diligence to have the setup to get these plays off, to try to create passing lanes and opportunities on the offensive side. But Sue, Extra, and Cappy are just everywhere, and they're up in the face of Winthrop and not letting them have the possession on this side. Exactly like you said, like Sue is just doing what Winthrop did in game 1.
You see Duck going up again, denying T. Carell of that shot. You see Foshizzle coming up, denying that midfield push with 120 to go. Extra just bounces it out. That's centered. Duck comes through along with Extra. Now Foshizzle has to find a way to get it back into the attacking zone. Instead, Hound says, let's get some boost. Let's reassess where we are. And now Foshizzle throws it up to T. Carell. T. Carell, using a lot of boost to get there, is immediately met by Cappy. And now Duck has it midfield. Aerial, beautiful slide, gets it all the way cleared out. Extra almost had that centered. Foshizzle just got back. Cappy tried to come down with it quick. And now can they get to it? Yes, Duck gets back. This is where the game is so impressive with how quickly the rotations are. Watch how fast these players are using their boost to get from one side to the other. 30 seconds remaining. Trying to find more opportunities to apply the pressure. They do not want to lose and be eliminated from this tournament. T. Carell wants to finish out as strong as possible, recognized he was losing control, went for the demolition instead. And that's just, honestly, that's just pro mindset from T. Carell, recognizing he wasn't going to be able to get a shot on goal. So just immediately utilizing the power to get a demolition.
This is the point now. Winthrop realizing that this is not going to be a win for them, so they just kind of ride it out and take it as you will. But the way Sue played in this game is just a huge confidence builder, and taking this victory in this one, taking back a game, still backs against the wall. Winthrop still on series point out of this, but Duck, I mean, with the 5 saves, the goal, just a great showing on the defensive side. They were able to stop everything. They're playing man coverage out there, and it's like the #1 defense in the entire league. There's nothing that Winthrop could do to be able to get past them, to get by, to get around. Everything was just shut down. As soon as they got across the midfield line, they get bumped off, lose possession, and Sue would come firing right back.
And honestly, you got to just look at the team cohesion between Extra, Cappy, and Duck. Duck definitely had those 5 saves, and you just think about that. But along with those 2 goals to push them ahead, taking game 3 and now pushing it to game 4. Of course, you've got one more elimination game that you have to get through, and Winthrop wants to try to send him home now, but Sue says, I don't want to give up.
Understandably so. Into the road that they're facing here, and you don't want to get knocked out. You don't want to be up against the 1 seed, and Duck has been the player both of the last 2 games to get that first goal scored and just able to carry this one. Little flip to help get over the top. T couldn't get to it. Hound went underneath. Duck is just out here making sure that his team's going to have at least a slight advantage.
Got to give him an opportunity, as Extra kind of gets a little bit of that kickoff, but T. Carell immediately got that full boost. And you see just the control. I mean, how beautiful is that? Duck now in the midfield all the way through. That was a great move. A little stutter step, pop, lock, and drop it in to the back of the net. You see him right over Hound right there. Hound almost got aerial enough, but man, what an amazing shot by Duck.
Yeah, just able to get over the top, and Hound couldn't get up early enough. T had no boost to be able to get back in time, and very quickly Sioux find themselves at this 2-0 lead, and Winthrop going to be in a position kind of scrambling to try to find the offense that was non-existent in the last game. So they got to find something that's going to work, and they have to find an answer quick before this game gets out of hand.
You see almost 1 minute away in this game already. Game 4, you see T. Carell trying to make a move, and that's Foshizzle coming in hot with 3:59 remaining in game 4, trying to keep his team close to see if they can send home Sue now.
And that's just a great job there by T, just to follow that one all the way through, get a little bit of a pinch against that back wall to spike it straight down for your teammate. That one is too close. You're not going to be able to get the shot on. But on the other side, the first 10 seconds are the most lethal because there's no one in rotation. Everyone's getting their boost. They can't do anything more. Duck with just an easy open net.
T. Carell can't get back quick enough. And now you see the unraveling of both teams trying to figure out who's got the momentum. And the beautiful thing about Rocket League is boost absolutely boost each other's plays. You see how well and how quickly they're able to get to it. And that was a really tough situation as Shizzle lost connection at the last second. And that's just an easy goal by Duck.
Duck's just right place, right time for every single one of these goals. And like at this point, Such is probably going to rename their college to the Mighty Ducks, because the way that Duck is putting the backpack on in this game alone is incredible.
You see, Shizzle now has joined back, but honestly, that was a big time scare for Winthrop, and that gave Sue a great opportunity to take a 4-1 lead. And that's just one of those tough situations with connection issues or whatever it might have been. Maybe the hamster ate a cord, but hopefully they're able to figure everything out, and he's back now. T. Carell with a big time demolish as Shizzle reconnects and then connects with the goal.
And that just all starts right there. You know, Duck taking it out of the equation. The respawn from Cappy's too little, too late. On the other side, Extra's just out of the equation, trying to circle back around. So basically just opening the door, invite yourself in, you know, stay a while, kick your feet up, and Winthrop trying to get more. Duck with the nose on to save that one. But yeah, I mean, still 3 minutes to play is a lot of time. Only 2 goals down. This game's not over yet, but Sue seeing more offensive production is scary from the side of Winthrop.
2:47 remaining in game number 4. Sue trying to push it to game number 5. Winthrop trying to close this one out, catch up, and that was an amazing save by Hound. An amazing save. Hound with a little floater right over the goal. T. Carell accepts it. Look at the control. Oh my gosh, you're so fancy. You already know.
And I don't know if in between games they changed. For some reason, I thought T was using an Octane and has since switched vehicles, but maybe someone that was paying a little closer attention could like fact check me on that. But the sense that they've changed things up now to an all-around Fennec option, I mean, that's interesting in the sense that you don't have that singular jack-of-all-trades type, and with no one using the Dominus, they're just not getting that versatility. They're just kind of all playing around the same type of play style.
See 1:47 remaining in this game. Sue with the 4-2 lead over Winthrop in this game number 4. Sue wants to push it to game number 5, so they're trying to play a really good defense and finish it strong. Stay alive for one more game. Duck has been a beast this game. J.K. Shizzle doing a really good job. Had a little bit of a connection issue, lost connection for a second, and that's what ended up giving them the 4th goal for Sue. But now back immediately was able to get a goal for them, and now with a movement, just a couple body blocks, push the car out of the way. Now Carell flips it all the way through. Duck is playing back a lot more. You can tell Duck does not want to give up anything easy. The quick course correction, 1 minute remaining, and Sue really trying to stay alive here as Shizzle with a little floater. Cappy comes up, knocks that free. Hound makes a nice move. Carell accepts it quickly. You see the float. There's the demolition, and Carell powers it home. And that right there is just really good communication. You see Hound go for the demolition on Extra, and Duck can't control the bounce or the rebound. And now we have a 1-goal game with 45 seconds remaining.
And that's, you know, in the situation of a point that as soon as you get one, they get one right back. But, you know, where Winthrop was in that position, you know, to find themselves trying to find something, a little bit of a smoke screen in front of the net that Duck is not able to redirect. Like you said, you saw the flip and the bounce reset after Carell gets all 4 wheels back on the ground. But off the kickoff, another one is detrimental to the hopes and dreams of Winthrop right here. You know, even having a disconnect and giving up a single goal, but still down 2. Like, this is a team that's capable of striking back very fast, but they have to strike back very fast.
Duck throws that off the roof. You see Extra going up for it. A little touch, just goes wide. Duck now with the rebound. That bounces off the pole and goes wide. Now T. Carell says it's my turn and tries to push it up, gets a double bounce. Duck gets back, Bo Shizzle with a shot
Ooh.
on goal. 13 seconds remaining
Okay.
in the game, and it's a 1-goal game yet again. Winthrop says, we want to put you away now.
A little bit of a double commit there between Duck and Extra, both of them flying at it, trying to get, and then Duck couldn't recover. Extra's just taken out of the equation completely in the corner. But yeah, Duck just trying to get back in front of the net. Down but not out.
10 seconds remaining. Extra trying to maintain possession. There was a beautiful shot. Cappy playing back is able to accept it. They get this ball aerial. T.
Good
Carell
setup.
holds it up tight. Duck just wants to throw it down. Bo Shizzle says, no, we need to keep it alive. There it is. Duck just
Duck
lets it
saved
bounce through. Wants it to hit the ground. They get it into the open field. And Sue coming out strong. 7 shots and 4 goals for Duck. Honestly, that was a great game. Mind you, that one situation with Shizzle losing connection and giving up a goal, we could be looking at a different game at this point based on that.
Yeah, and the way it's unfortunate to say that sometimes just ISPs just aren't your friend, but because of the way that Winter's playing, you know, all of a sudden, Duck single-handedly putting up the first 4 goals for the Sioux squad. I mean, that's something that you have to deal with from the Winthrop side. It doesn't matter if you have an RLCS player on your team or not. Sometimes the teamwork of an entire squad overcomes the individual play of a single superstar, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with Sioux. Their teamwork has been impeccable over the last 2 games, and that's why we're seeing Game 5.
And here we are, Game 5. This is the last game of day 1 of the Play versus 2021, and that was almost a goal right off the kickoff. The Play versus 2021 College Championship Playoffs. Tomorrow, again, games will continue 6 p.m. Eastern time for day 2. We'll get the rest of this bracket finished up and the championship game as Duck goes flying. Hound can't get to it, and Duck is putting his team on his back and saying, remember my name.
It's going to be hard to forget. Like, they're going to be having nightmares about Duck. You thought you were scared of geese. You're going to be scared of ducks after this one. Like, Duck is just putting on a show here, and at like the same point of Game 3, the same point of Game 4, if Duck has something to say about it, Duck will make sure your team has any slight advantage, regardless how big, how small it is. Duck's going to be the difference maker.
And that was Shizzle with a beautiful side shot. You see, almost getting to it was Extra from Sioux. Just a hair away from being able to bounce that high and over. But instead, Winthrop ties it up 1-1 with 4:21 remaining. Off the kickoff, you see Shizzle trying to even it out, gives it over to T. Carell. T. Carell moves it back into his zone. Beautiful little flip. And now Duck is able to control it, and Shizzle meets him midfield. There's another demolition, and I think at this point, we're going to see a lot of demolitions. That one off the top crossbar. That's floating. Shizzle tries to hammer it home. No shot. Cappy needs to clear it out. Doesn't have the full boost. Extra can't get to it either. That one's centered up. Duck can't get to it because Hound keeps control of the momentum. And with a beautiful shot in the corner, oh my gosh, that was so incredibly close. There's another demolition as these teams are going to be very physical in these last 3 minutes and 30 seconds of Game 5.
And seeing T back on this Octane has struck the memory that he was indeed using an Octane for the first 2 games that they ended up winning. So coming back to game number 5 with the vehicle switch, you know, adding a little bit more versatility to this roster with the vehicle selection alone, you know, a little bit of a bigger hitbox, a little more control. I mean, the Fennec's virtually the same, but there's just minute differences that make the Octane the most popular choice. And T. Carell showing us why that the Octane works.
You see T. Carell with a beautiful shot, changing things up this game with a little bit of a rain cloud, wanting to rain on the parade of Sioux's comeback. 2-1, 3:06 remaining. I mean, honestly, Duck and Extra and Cappy all have got to make sure that they maintain possession as well as rotation. Right there was a dangerous situation as 2 were close but not quite in goal. Now Extra with a little chip shot, almost a free goal. off the post. That was extremely, extremely dangerous as Duck now makes a move. 2:36 remaining. I mean, that's exactly what these teams need to do. Duck needs to find a way to get open for a shot. We know how lethal he is. Hound, T. Carell. You see T. Carell playing all the way back. There was a shot on goal by Duck, but it was met immediately. Now T. Carell, where is he going to go? Nowhere to go. Hound gets it all the way into the corner. Can they play a little bit of a refrain? Midfield, there's a post shizzle. Cappy goes up for it. Now Hound playing the rebound, and Duck just trying to clear it out. T. Carell, beautiful acceptance, but Duck coming in quick. Honestly, Caribou, these teams are going neck and neck.
Yeah, they're just slugging it out right now. I mean, Duck and Extra on the defensive side are just making sure that there is no chance whatsoever that the Shizzle, that Hound, that T-Carell, any of them get any setup, don't even have a chance for a passing play. And Winthrop is trying to commit to that offensive front to try to open this gap up a little bit and not just play with this 1-goal lead. But Sue is doing so well to stop Winthrop's offense and try to find these answers back.
You see Fo Shizzle picking up just a little bit of boost. Doesn't have too much. T. Carell comes up, 58 boost. Wants to try to maintain something. Duck gets a freebie right there. A nice little move to the outside. Gets boost first, but can't get it off the wall. T. Carell very wisely, lightly taps it just free, and that one almost goes in, and that's a huge save. I couldn't tell if that was Cappy or Extra. That one goes just high. Cappy bounces it up, tries to get it maybe to Duck off of the wall right here. Plays it very slow. Is he going to be able to get it through T. Carell? No, Fo Shizzle's there to get it with the backup of Carell. You see how quickly they're rotating. 40 seconds to go. Winthrop with a 1-goal lead, wanting to end Sue's comeback, and Winthrop wanting to stay alive. Either team will be eliminated. The other team that wins, of course, will move on to tomorrow and have an opportunity to play for a championship.
Yeah, Winthrop right now just trying to hold on for these last 20 seconds. And the fact that this is the best of one, it's a 1-goal separation. This is crucial, crunch time, no mistakes allowed.
You're going to see everybody leave the net right here. 7 seconds to go. Duck tries to bounce it to Extra. Cappy going up for it. Doesn't quite get it. Duck almost with a redirect, but Winthrop is going to take home the victory and move on. And that sends Sue and Duck and Extra and Cappy home. And honestly, our hats off to you, because that was a valiant effort, a great comeback, down 2-0, pushing it to 5 games. And honestly, Caribou, you just got to be impressed with how they played.
I mean, Sue, after watching what they did against Northeastern, you're like, well, is this team really going to be good enough to beat the 1 seed in Winthrop, like, and to overcome with the RLCS player on the roster? Like, is it going to be enough? I don't know. A little hesitant to say because, of course, being as the 1 seed, they would be favored in the situation. But Sue absolutely made a statement in games 3 and 4 saying that they were absolutely capable of winning this. And even in game 2, it was relatively close enough that this was a back and forth series. It could have gone to either team. Ultimately, it comes down to a 1-goal separation in game 5. And I think the difference maker is something that Winthrop going to take notes on for the competition tomorrow is who's using what vehicles, because the Octane swap off of game 2 into game 3, game 4 for
T.
Carell, thank you, was just kind of a weird thing. It's like, okay, so obviously that didn't work. So went back to the Octane game 5. They end up winning. Is that the difference maker? What's going on behind the scenes of Winthrop? That's a conversation I'm sure they're going to have.
Yeah, and they'll communicate it. And again, Winthrop is going to go on to play the winner of USF White, which we saw earlier play very well against the University of Delaware. So Delaware, the 2 seed, we could end up seeing a 1-2 seed in the losers bracket coming up tomorrow, which again, that's going to be extremely exciting. Day 1 was a blast. We covered so many different amazing games, and hats off to all those that competed, the players and coaches, the teams that participated. Honestly, so much fun to see, and hopefully we'll see you next season, of course, for those who have already been eliminated. But for Play Versus, I'm the Doxology, and that's Caribou. And we will see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Time is when day 2 will start of PlayVS 2021 College Championship Playoffs. Until tomorrow, we're signing off, and we'll see you next time.